From the Lodge Mahal in beautiful Round Rock, Texas, welcome to Lodge Live. My name is Slick Rick. Usually sitting to my left is Skull Mike, but Skull Mike out there somewhere in Michigan somewhere on business. But joining me tonight, Lodge legend, vlogger extraordinaire, you know him, number one in your program, number one in your hearts, Jay Wynn. Jay Wynn, welcome to the bunker.
Hey, what's up, everyone?
Awesome.
Hope you guys are doing well. Hey, Slick.
Yes.
I got to introduce you to my wife.
Yes.
Because you always make me feel better than the way she makes me feel. that was a great introduction. Thank you.
Well, you are. You're a vlogger extraordinaire. There's your lineup today. We got Anthony from New York in the house. He's in seat one. Everyone's bought in for $5,000 except TM. He bought in for $4,400. Doug in seat two for $5K. Boston Jimmy flew in from Vegas. Yes, he's Boston Jimmy, but he's from Vegas. He's in seat 3. Eli, we know him. We love him. Seat 4. TM in seat 6. Bash in seat 7. Jake in seat 8. And Rudy is in seat 9. And we've got a special promotion as Bellagio Anthony gets the cards shuffled up. Special promotion today. If seat 3, Boston Jimmy, stacks or doubles up through Doug, he is giving one person a main event in the Lodge Championship Series. That's a $3,000 value. He's giving you a seat. All you have to do is go to his Instagram at Boston Jimmy, 2 Y's at the end, and you can make a comment on his post, and you'll be entered. You got to follow him, make a comment, and also follow the Lodge Instagram as well, the Lodge Poker Club. So there you go. Underway. We've got a 5, 10, 20, 20 game. So the big blind will not only put the big blind, he'll also put an ante in of $20, and that's what the players decided to go with. We may see a stand-up game at some point today, but now we've got all that out of the way. Skull Mike is in the chat. Boston Jimmy said he was from Vegas, Skull Mike, but you're saying he's from Cincinnati. I don't know where he's from. But Jay Wynn. Check out his vlog, folks. He just released another one yesterday. Even though it wasn't from the Lodge, he still did quality product. I told him he'd get more views if he just kept here at the Lodge.
Yep. we were talking about numbers earlier, and apparently I'm going to do my best numbers at the Lodge, which I do believe. But, yeah, tons of vlog footage on the way, so there'll be no shortage of blue and beige felt.
There's Boston Jimmy on the button. Will come along as Rudy raised it to 50 with ace-jack. Boston Jimmy with 8-9. And we're going to raise up the table volume a little so y'all can hear a little bit better. So Jay, here's the first one to analyze. 3 ways to the flop. 4-4 king.
Also depends on the game. Like some games.
On a low pair board, 1 high card is typically going to fold, check back to the original pre-flop aggressor. Not surprising. Rudy continues. We should see a couple of quick folds.
Here comes the raise now to 375 from Rudy, who was the
Love it. Love it.
person who bet originally, and he's going to take it down as he did the old check raise on Boston Jimmy. We've got 533 in the live chat. We'll be back on Friday and Saturday with a big weekend here at the Lodge Live. 100, 200 Hold'em games. You will not want to miss this Friday and Saturday. A host of characters, including Doug as well.
Doug with the Golden State gear today. We've been talking a lot about NBA playoff basketball.
4 or 5 way, like
Absolutely.
all in.
Deuce 9 or Deuce 7.
Only casual Jay Wynn. It's Slick Rick and Jay Wynn. Jimmy Bluffett's in the house. Skull Mike and Jimmy Bluffett wearing the blue coats today to help moderate. And we're on for the next hand. Remember, it's 5, 10, 20, 20. So an additional $20 goes into the middle as basically an ante from the big blind. That's what the players decided to do.
I love this format. There's a little bit more money in the pot, creates more incentive for action. Like it.
75 from Bash with ace-7 suited. Jake, the WPT Player of the Year, who's been on several streams recently in his visit to Austin, comes along with Queen 5 off. 10-8-6. Gutter for Bash. He's going to continue. Jake not afraid to put chips in the pot early.
Jake is going to float. What's going to happen a lot of the times is that the pre-flop aggressor is going to check the turn, and that's where Jake is probably trying to take it down. It works really well when Bash has complete air, but when Bash has second or third pair, he can check call, and perhaps even check call all the way down the river. But Jake didn't float to do nothing with it. So he floats, he's going to bet on the pot here. Making a nice bet.
And there we go. Hand number 3 in the books.
WPT Player of the Year, guys. You really don't want to bet into one without a plan.
Bellagio Anthony is in the box.
Oh, yeah, I sucked. I just was really hot. I sucked the entire time. I just was running hot.
And for those of you, Jimmy Bluffett asked how I did with Scotland in the tag team event yesterday. We finished 7 from the money. Slick Rick turned a 10-high spade flush.
And then you have, 3 putts where you
put it all in, only to have Jeremy, who we know and love, is Woody from Toy Story. Jeremy. He had the king high flush. Slick Rick, Scotland out. I felt so bad. Here comes 325 from Eli.
Hey, Eli going after it.
Matt Plumley once again with the $25 super chat. Mr. Plumley, you're too kind, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind.
Eli's not going to get a fold here, but let's see what Eli does in position.
Queen 9-8.
Going to flop a gutter.
Top for Anthony. Hello, Pooba and Yoda. Good to see you. Yoda revised her, instead of just Yoda, it's Yoda of Chatsville. I love it. Striving to be the best. Heads up to the turn. Another 8, so now 2 pair for Anthony.
That was a nice hurdle.
Looking for a king or a 10 as Eli now.
Everyone's got to start somewhere,
White men can't jump, all right? It's probably all the basketball gear you have on. That's exactly what it is.
Cutting up chips.
That'll make the highlight reel.
I don't know if the size is going to do it, though.
I hope not.
Well, 600, I think.
Box jumps.
650.
It's giving Anthony 3-1. Anthony's never going to fold there. Oh, my gosh.
There's the straight. There's a board pair out there, and a flush out there. So Eli better. He hit what he wanted, but it's also a very wet board there. Flush and a straight and a boat out there.
He wants worse hands to call.
So are you from Austin?
He's exactly targeting 2 pair. And there's the fold as Eli starting it off right.
Nice job, Eli. Getting after it.
Before it was cool.
Would have been interesting to see what his game plan was going to be, though, if he gets that river.
So once again, we've got a big contest giveaway opportunity for you. The 3-seat Boston Jimmy from Cincinnati or Vegas. I don't care where he's from. He's Boston Jimmy. He's giving away a $3,000 main event in the LCS Lodge Championship Series seat if he stacks Doug or doubles up through Doug in this stream. All you have to do is go to his Instagram page at Boston Jimmy, make a comment on his post today, and also follow the Lodge on Instagram as well, and you'd be entered. It's free. You'd have to get here to Round Rock, but you'd have a $3,000 seat waiting for you. And we'll go over the Lodge Championship Series. It's in full gear right now. Exactly 1 week ago, we started it off, and we have till the 23rd of this month before it all ends.
What up, guys?
So we're on hold right now as we're trying to get some cards read. Boston Jimmy looks like he raised it to 125. Doug's going to re-raise. As the cameras are catching up. Don't know what Doug has, but he did make the bet 550.
Doug, can you scan the cards, please? Raise 550. We have a call.
Boston Jimmy trying to get the contest qualified here. Makes the call. There's the queen. Boston Jimmy top. Still don't know what Doug has. Let's play a little mystery hand. Jay Wynn, let's see if you can guess what he has by what he does.
Doug's effectively in the big blind right now. His range against the under the gun, which is the +1 in this game, is going to be fairly strong. It's going to consist of a lot of sets on this particular board. He may or may not 3-bet pocket tens, but certainly with 3-bet pocket jacks, pocket queens, ace king. He never 3-bets ace jack, ace 10, ace queen. So he's going to have a lot of strong hands on this particular board.
Oh.
And it will be really interesting to see if this queen actually helps or hurts Boston. You have to remember that Doug still has some pretty strong hands here as well. What's interesting is if Doug has ace-king, which is a little bit hard because Boston Jimmy does block one of those aces, but if he does have ace-king for the flop straight, he's going to have some checkbacks here. But certainly, boats are going to continue betting.
Yes, sir.
So Doug goes with a smaller size, certainly a size that he would use if he wants to target strong hands that are pretty difficult to raise. Sometimes it could be a pro bet as well. So Doug bets roughly about 35% or so. When Boston Jimmy calls here and doesn't raise, it does give a little bit of information. And for all intents and purposes, range versus range, this floor is going to be a blank.
Players are not talking. They're trying to listen in.
All in.
All in here. This is a chance for Jimmy. He's got trips with the ace kicker. What do you think, Jay Wynn?
Jacks, tens, ace, king would all play the same exact way. I tend to lean the hand closer to jacks and or some smaller frequency of tens. I don't think ace, king plays the exact same way here. But with that being said, I mean, it was almost a one-on-one bet, so Doug's going to pretty much bet all in with all of his value hands.
What do you think, Chad? One he calls, two he folds. One, if you think he's going to call here. Two, if you think he's going to fold.
But a big blind versus a +1 range, I mean, Doug is just not going to have a lot of bluffs here. I mean, Jimmy doesn't continue 2 streets with garbage.
Big pot.
Boston can call, but it's a tough spot for a reason. Someone thinks kings.
People who entered the contest want him to call.
No, Doug doesn't have kings here. It's pretty bad to turn kings into a bluff right here. Like double blocking the straight is a hand that you don't want to have. So very unlikely that it's kings.
Good camera work from Maestro Matt Sweeney.
Oh, for sure. The camera work is impeccable.
Is he going to lay this down? Shows
the
Doug
queen,
the queen,
you know what that
and he
means.
tosses it in.
Jack. Bluff is good. Bluff $25 for the dealer. Bluff is good.
Does not show it. Boston Jimmy was going to give $25 to the dealer if Doug would show the bluff. Wow.
Doug doesn't show. Come on, Doug. It's $25.
You know, the last time Doug said he was bluffing like 5 high.
It's a good meal right there for the dealer.
Whoa,
It would have been fun to see the hand, but unfortunately we didn't get to. I'm sure we can ask Doug later, and Doug will let us know.
They'll make you see it later. When you're at the table, I said. I'm not calling you a liar. I said when you're at the table.
Skull Mike says, what about 9-6, Jay Win? That's the nuts. Cumulative winnings. Doug up 1,700 early. Eli up 1,200. Throwing the party right now is Boston Jimmy, our friend from Cincinnati/Vegas/Boston. So, Lodge Championship Series is underway. Tag team event and the Veterans Charity event and the Tuesday night free roll, which set a record, $53,000 in the prize pool last night in the free roll. Amazing. So, Mystery Bounty number 2 is in play. We've got 8 flights of this Mystery Bounty. Guarantee is $1 million.
For the fans, I wanted to do it so
$1 million in that Mystery Bounty guarantee. And all it is, $1,600 to get in. You get 40,000 chips, 30-minute levels.
When I play, I give $100 for every 7 minutes and $100 for between 3.
So come on to the lodge.
This time we decided to just get some action. Well, they're going to be rooting for you.
Still have 2 weeks left in this series. 994 is the flop. Still don't know what Doug had. We're going to have to ask Doug what he had later on in the show.
For sure. The people need to know. The people need to know.
Thanks, Doug.
2 pair now for Doug.
Can you rescan your card, please?
David Grant says, Jay-Win, nice work on your vlogs. Really enjoy the action. There you go. You got a fan, Jay-Win.
I got to make sure to have a shout out. Hey, thanks so much, man. I've been working really hard on the vlogs, and I think one of the big questions that I'm asking the rest of this year is how do I differentiate between what all of the bigger guys are doing? We do got a really fast head start on the vlog, and I look forward to continuing putting a lot of work in it and making sure that it grows as fast as possible. But one of the questions that's just going to loom over my mind is what can I do that's different than everyone else? I have some ideas, but for what it's worth, I'm really lucky to live in Texas. The games here are just insane, and to be able to give you guys a first view perspective of the ups and downs of Texas poker is it's going to be a pleasure. So if you guys haven't followed me already, check me out on Instagram, check me out on YouTube. I post almost all of my results. Certainly all of my losses are out there for everyone to see. Check me out. My username is JWinPoker. That's JWIN Poker.
So we've got 115 likes. Here's the overtime number. On or before 6:30. We need 650 likes. On or before 6:30 p.m. That gets you overtime. As always, chat decides whether we work overtime or not.
All right. So I got 1 like in. I'm logging out, switching accounts. Second like in.
Double liking. I like that.
I think it hit this one is why. I could be wrong.
Hit up my wife, hit up my in-laws. Let's get you guys 5 likes if you can. Let's go.
Yeah, Julian, every now and then when we start the show, the sensors tend to warm up a little bit. We knew we had 2 bad cards, even though we test all the cards before the stream even starts. And we had to come out and replace 2 cards. So we're working on it.
All right, J-Win is hard to hear. Nathaniel, is that any better? Can y'all hear me okay? If the mic moves any closer to my mouth, I'm going to pretty much swallow it. So hopefully you guys can hear me a little bit better.
We just increased his volume a little bit.
Going throughout the country, you realize people aren't like
100.
naturally.
100 is the raise from Jake with pocket 7s.
Like New York, I had bad experiences where you were just walking by and like, you get like a little head nod or the girl kind of look at you.
No, I'm not going to like until I know Doug's hand.
I remember I went to Washington, D.C.
Queen 10 Jack, couple of clubs. And a
Flops
straight
it.
A little louder.
for Jimmy.
Washington, D.C.
Ugly women. Decent women.
4 of diamonds. Boss Jimmy's locked this one up. It goes check, check. There's another queen.
But if you switch
2
those
pair
two, I
now
think
for
they're
Jake.
exactly the same. Was it? But it was a 4 on the end, right?
Boss Jimmy looks like he makes it 2 1/4. 175. Let's check, take that back.
It's good sizing.
Quick call. Boss Jimmy will take it down with his straight. $1,000 in the live chat on a Wednesday afternoon. Skull Mike out on special assignment somewhere in the Michigan area. He'll be back for Fridays and Saturdays monster 100, 200 games that we have. We'll be on the air 3 p.m. Central on Friday, Skull Mike and I, and a special treat. So you'll want to tune in early for that one. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but there could be a special treat to add to our broadcast on Friday's show.
Raise 60.
I rarely play cash.
Fold, 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 fold.
TM opening a little wide under the gun with pocket 4s. I hope he gets a little action because it's always fun to see how someone plays their baby pairs when they do decide to open in early position. Eli with 2 overs. Y'all can see it's going to be a coin flip. But if Eli misses, generally TM is going to be able to take it down. But when you play your baby pairs, you're going to be turning them into a bluff a lot of the times.
Chip values. Yellow chips are 1,000. Purple chips 500. Black chips 100. Green chips 25. And red chips are 5. There's the deuce of hearts. A 3 or a 4 will get TM home. That's not it. You may at one time, because it is match the stack, see a bubblegum flavored chip. The pink chips, they're 5,000. Blue chips are $1, typically reserved for tipping. Skull Mike wants me to read what Jake's hat says.
Yeah, I'm going to play all of these. I played Mystery Bounty so far.
Yeah, we are going to stream a tournament coming up here in the near future.
Then I'm coming back.
Lots of streams every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. I believe one of the tournament streams that we have is going to be on a Tuesday. So on that stream, we will stream on Tuesday for the tournament, and then we won't be streaming on Wednesday that week. We'll let you know as it comes closer.
All right, we're going to get some, what do they call this? Texas heads up?
Yes. Well, it has to be more than 3. You know, it's got to be like 4 or 5 Texas heads up. Straight draw for TM. Pair of 5s for Doug. Squadouche for Jake.
Doug's going to flop the best of it. TM is going to turn a double gutter.
Check.
But it's not going to make much sense if he starts betting.
100.
Jake's going to go for it. Doug's not. Doug's not going to fold.
Queen of spades, so Doug with his pair of 5s will win if he stays in, but here's Jake putting the pressure on.
500.
I believe he bet 500 into a 575 pot, almost a pot-sized bet.
I think Doug's going to find a call here. You have to remember that it was TM that was the pre-flop. Oh, it was Jake that was. Actually, no, Jake does have some value hands here that would check it. since he's going multi-way. No, wait. What am I saying? Now, I don't remember if TM was the straddle or the first person to open pre-flop. But if TM was, then that doesn't make sense a lot of the times. He's never going to be checking his value hands on the flop and going for river value.
Doug makes the call.
Jake goes. Michael asks, hey guys, I just want to do a quick audio check. You guys can hear me all right?
Yeah, we've got confirmed from Skull Mike, you're good. So
fantastic.
If somebody can't hear you, they need to turn it up a little bit on there. We are confirmed good on all audio.
Awesome. Michael Foscone, Jay Wynn, love the vlogs. Any regrets about quitting your job? Absolutely none at all. I had some personal stuff happen, and I just love poker, man. And the only way to get better at poker is to put more time into it. And I just realized at some point I wanted to be good at one thing, not the other. And but no regrets at all. I think poker's been great, and especially as I enter the content world, I've just been enjoying it more and more. So it's something I don't mind giving all of my free time to. So in short, no, none at all.
Jake fires, makes it 75 with Jack 10 suited.
Are you the dealer the whole down?
Doug will raise it on up with Ace Jack this time.
Fold.
Looks like Jake raises, Doug rebets to 275.
75, Doug. It's good. It's always good to
Love
decide
it.
how much you want when you already open. Yeah, when you
Jake's not going to fold here. Jake's going to call in.
Add on here. I'll let him know pre-hand. It was between first and second card. Good. That's good. What, 275? 275.
I just noticed his hat. I totally
Goes for the other option, which is to re-raise. Now Doug is going to be forced to give up this
All
hand.
right.
I didn't see
He
that.
unblocks
I
two.
was like, that says cities. Okay. I could have sworn
Nice job, Jake.
It was 100% before the hand. 100%. In case there was any question.
Slick Rick and Jay Wynn in the bunker today. Skull Mike on special assignment. He'll be back on Friday. We have 1,200 people in the live chat. 650 is the overtime number, on or before 6:30. Lodge Championship Series, right now, the second Mystery Bounty is in force. We have 8 flights in this one. $1,600 buy-in gets you. We're giving away $1 million guaranteed prize money. You get 40,000 chips, 30-minute levels. And I believe you could pull out a $100,000 Mystery Bounty just out of an envelope if you get a bounty in day 2 of that event. Pretty darn good. $100,000, Jay Wood.
I think they might like
Big money.
sweating people just as much as they like sweating their own.
All right, Boston Jimmy opening up with the premium. Ace King of Hearts, my favorite suit. Doesn't look like he's going to get any action. Jake could overcall here. All right, Jake, giving your boy a little bit of action.
Tournaments just don't have enough variance. Just add something in that really, makes you able to
Ace 10-7.
spinning wheel at checkout.
Top for
Just want to spin the wheel for
Boston Jimmy.
So they're nothing pay your rate. They did.
In the fold.
It's so scummy. It's so scummy.
Skull Mike says Doug looks like he
Like if we took no fee, we could do that. But then we're like dedicating manpower to like let people flip.
rode a skateboard into the club today. Looks like a skater there.
Anyways, all right, who wants a racehorse for this?
Cumulative winnings. Doug up 2,500 early. 35 minutes into the show. Boston Jimmy and Anthony both down
How is that good for ACR?
$1,200 and $1,300 respectively.
Yeah, you're taking a fee.
Is a legislator against gambling or against making
Daniel,
money?
we've made the, thank you for the suggestion. We have made the graphics larger and larger than they ever have been. So at this point, it comes to a point of how big can we make it and still keep integrity of the screen. So we think we're at a good spot right now with our graphics and our boldness and of the numbers. So hopefully that'll work for everybody. Bash raises on, actually Bash calls for 120. from Boston Jimmy. Heads up, Bash and Boston Jimmy. All hearts, King 10 deuce. Straight draw for Boston Jimmy.
So you basically just can't have a side. So like in absolutely in theory, you could have other games too that were just zero house heads.
Yeah.
Just think about it.
Boston Jimmy's going to get there. Bash is most likely going to check this, and if Jimmy wants, he can go for a low thin value right here. He's going to get called by a ton of smaller pairs. As it's very unlikely that Bash has a value hand that's going to check all 3 streets.
Thank you, Kyle.
But there's perception and there's the way it's actually written.
Yeah, that's true.
Victor says that me and you can bet a bag of potato chips. All right, so what me and Skull usually do, Jay-Win,
Okay.
is
I like betting.
when 2 players have a pocket pair,
Yep.
we bet one or the other if somebody's going to flop a set on the flop. So if Doug had pocket 8s, Jimmy had pocket jacks, I took the jacks, you took the 8s,
Okay.
and a jack came on the flop, I would win and you would owe me a sandwich.
Yep.
Are you in for a sandwich bet today when
Oh,
we
let's
have
do
pocket
it at
pair?
minimal.
Okay. So
All right.
Jay-Win steps in for Skull Mike. I am up 1 sandwich on Skull Mike. He owes it to me. Bring it to me Friday, Skull. You know what I want. The usual.
Now I know what this means.
Skull says he's still in for sandwich bets. You'll be in on Friday.
It's been like that for a really long time too.
Jake hasn't seen a hand he hasn't liked yet today.
Jake plays volume. I've been watching Jake play. He plays high volume poker, and then he finds his spots post flop. Super fun to play with, and can be really difficult if he puts you in certain spots.
Open-ended for Jake.
There you go. He's going to like the spot that he's in,
He
especially
hits
when
it.
it goes check. Yep. He knows that it's going to be really hard for him to get called by anyone. And when a wet card comes in, I think he has to go for value here. But in terms of sizing, yeah, sort of a small spot. You don't have to overthink sizing too much. But get a half pot bet out there, and maybe somebody lifts you up late.
Danny Raditz, no, we never came to resolution on a official name for the stand-up game. I know it can't be Texas. It's we don't need anything Texas. We're in Texas, so we don't need to call it Texas. A stand-up game is fine, but we got to come up with something a little juicier. And we just couldn't have it. You want to play on the Lodge live stream? Look at Skull's picture right there. Look at that mug. Go to the lodgepokerclub.com/livestream. Fill out the questionnaire or contact Skull Mike directly on Instagram or Twitter at Skull Mike Poker. Give him some time, and he will get you in. If you're coming from out of town, don't expect to say, Skull, I'm coming this weekend. Can you get me in? That probably won't happen because we book a couple weeks in advance, but he will work with you.
Speaking of Skull Mike says, Jay-Win already owes a steak dinner. Yes, I do. I don't remember why I owe you guys steak dinner, but I would love to take you guys out to steak, only if we can also get wine.
Yes.
They're happy to stack you too.
Yeah.
I will say it was funny when I first joined here, and I was here for a couple days.
All right, back into the action. TM takes initiative, raises 60 with King Deuce of clubs.
And I'm like, dealers can play here? And I'm like, wait, are there any not dealers at the table? Like,
We get a 3-bet from Jake with suited broadways. Just let the action catch up a little. A little messed up by Doug. Doug's going to have to see that there's a black chip there and figure out what he wants to do. Doug with the overcall.
He's going to abuse his, yes. You want the law? I'm the law.
And then TM with the closing the action.
Ace, Queen, Trey. Pair of queens for Jake.
Hold on, guys.
Skull Mike says he'll take Jay-Win's hands. Go against me. Go against me, Skull Mike. You're losing big time against me anyways. I've owned Skull Mike the last 2 weeks in the sandwich bets.
All right, so we're going to get a couple of checks here from Doug and TM most likely. Jake is going to have the huge nut and range advantage. Very little incentive for him to check it back. He could put out a small bet here and get a feel for everybody's ranges. And he does. He bets 100, which is quarter pot. Perfect size on a fairly dry board with no flush draw. Ooh,
There's the
TM's gonna turn some equity, and so will Jake.
Flush and straight draw for TM.
Jake is blocking the queens here, so when he has the queen, it's more likely that TM has an ace. Now, what's really, really interesting, however, is that TM has more aces in his range, as played.
And then, like, I get ahead with 2 pair versus 1 pair.
225.
And then I have
And it's a very small sizing, but he's going to get looked up here some of the times.
Are you open to negotiation?
Or he's going to get fooled some of the times. There you go.
Poobah,
TM,
what
excellent
good
play.
news. I don't
And by the way, like, we ended up,
I don't know. You're saying Poobah tells me, Rick, tell him the good news.
and it was like, someone calculated the EV.
Am I missing something?
They were like, this was an incredibly sharp negotiation. Like, you guys were down to like $80 difference in the real EV, and like when you bought out for it.
Don't think draw, I'll bite. What's up, dog?
There's like 30, like, we're just like going back and forth or whatever.
Don't worry about Skull Mike. If you're worried that I'm talking smack when Skull Mike isn't here, that guy has talked smack on me for a year and a half. It's now and only now, when he's not in the bunker, that I don't have to listen to it. I love Skull Mike.
But anyway, so
All right, so Bash makes it 60 with his pocket sixes. If anybody else has a pocket pair, we could have our first sandwich bet. Doesn't look like it as Doug looks down at ace 8.
it felt really bad afterwards. It wasn't like I was like trying to cause anything. I didn't think like you felt bad. Well, I read something about the
Boston Jimmy with a 7 deuce. We are not playing the 7 deuce game, as far as I know. Players declined to do that today. 2 clubs. Boston Jimmy with a ton of outs.
I heard about that. I was on pokernews.com.
Wait to make him feel guilty. He's getting sick. Oh, man. What's going on? My heart is set. Hey, set like this.
He backed out. I heard about that.
I sold it.
why would you act
That's so sick.
His face was just like, oh.
No clubs, so the 6s are going to hold up.
That's fucked up, honestly.
I legit believe you. My heart sank when you said, I was like,
So what they're saying is that in that hand, the mystery hand from Doug versus Boston Jimmy, they're saying that Doug did have the pocket jacks for the boat. Jacks over queens against trips with an ace for
Welcome to the line.
Boston Jimmy. So
That was funny.
That was a good. Oh, man.
that was a great fold.
Yeah, but the dealer in that spot, like, I understand. He's just like, bunch of big names are here. I'm just
Yeah, no surprises there. Pretty excellent. Pretty well played by Doug. Doug got the small turn. Value bet in. I think he bet roughly about like a third of the size in turn and got another bet in.
no, you're better at the equity
Pretty well
buyout
played.
discussions than Helmuth.
And great fold by Boston Jimmy.
Stream where he had the guy buy out 5K.
Oh, heck, yes. Well, slightly different. yeah.
Raise 100.
Yeah. One more popular videos. It was actually like.
All right, TM with a limp call. Bash raises it up with ace king. Jake with a smooth call and a hijack. And we go back around to the blinds.
I was like, wow, everyone's agreeing with me. This is 100. Usually there's at least like 10 people that are like.
All right, we're going to go 3 ways.
All right, you're the 3s, I'm the 9s for a sandwich bet.
Okay. And the way we win is we have to hit our set.
Yeah, otherwise it's a push.
Let's
Jaywin gets a
go.
sandwich.
Let's go.
Jaywin, your luck is just amazing.
Something about that baby heater.
Jaywin wins
real
his first
thing.
sandwich ever in the bunker.
No, Doug was talking about needing
Raised from TM.
No, I didn't. No. I mean, I know your nickname, you never want to like it, like people shouldn't like their nickname, but Doug the dealer.
Oh, this is going to be such a spot. Such a spot.
Fold. Heads up.
Thank you, William, for your endorsement.
I'm going to mysteriously.
7 of diamonds.
All right, don't hop over this though.
Jake looking for a 9 ball.
575.
The board has to catch up. We did see a 7 of diamonds on the turn.
That makes more sense. It was TM who put in the raise, not Jake. Continuing, TM bets 575. Wow.
8 ball.
I mean, I would just look to size. TM has to size up here.
Set versus top.
3/4 bet. It's going to be pretty solid. Actually, looking at stack sizes, he can go for the jam. And I think he did. 1K. Okay.
Jaywin takes it home.
A little conservative of a bet, but he does get paid all 3 streets. Really nice hand, TM.
Ron Milby, good to see you. It's that time of the show right now. Let us know where you're watching from. We always like to know where you are, and if you care to say, if you are coming to the lodge anytime soon, make sure if you do, and we've had plenty of people do this the past couple weeks. If you make it to the lodge, make sure you say hello to us. Skull, myself, Doug, Andrew, Brad, if they're here, anybody, Poobah, Anthony, the tournament director, Vice Poobah, say hello. We want to hear. We want to talk with you. Just if somebody's in a hand, wait till the hand's over. But we want to say hello to you. We appreciate you.
William Donboy with a cool comment. He says, "I would vote Slick Rick president of 2024."
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. But thank you.
I will say you're a lot more eloquent than our current president.
Well, no politics. Skull Mike, watching from Grand Rapids. Error watching from Pyongyang, Belgium, Camp Pendleton, Wharton,
It's like a cash game, but the
Germany,
increase
Rip City.
the cage, yeah.
Helazona.
Lots of
Next door
people.
neighbors.
The Woodlands, Texas. Thank you all for watching.
That's pretty cool. You guys got fans everywhere.
You know, did I ask
Italy.
you this question?
Like, who's up, who's down? Like, there's a story.
Ireland and India. After this hand, I want to ask you a question. I may have asked this to you. 10-8-3.
3's a hot.
Straight flush draw for Bash. Open-ender.
Pretty wet board. Low card. You really want to go for the raise right here. There we go.
You're bought in for, everyone's bought in for, like, yeah, sex. So by the end, you're just like,
Bash is not going anywhere, of
Joseph
course.
Costello's laughing at me. Mixing it up, watching from inside the lodge. Garza 512, hello.
some people will be like, try to survive. Did they allow rebuys in that? I think it might be tournament structure where he must have gone.
Set versus an open-ended straight flush draw.
So when Bash goes for the 3 bet, he's really trying to get Jake to fold. Maybe top pair. Now the really tough thing is that if Jake feels like he has the best hand here, which he's just gonna have the best hand almost all of the time, he's just never gonna get away from it, and Bash is gonna be put in a tough place.
Huge raise.
Yeah,
From
and
Jake.
Bash already knows. Like, he's getting it in.
All in
And if these
call.
guys know the equities, I think they'll both be fine with it. Especially once Bash puts in that 3 bet.
All right, let's listen to the table here.
Let's figure it out now.
One time, all right.
Time, baby. Jack 9. Mr. Street. Some carnage.
Ooh.
There it is, right
there
there.
right away.
Looking for a board pair. Doesn't come. And the set goes down in flames to Bash. What a flop that was. Set open-ended straight flush. One board only.
Minus whatever we put in free. But
1,400 of you in the live chat.
Action.
Remember, the overtime number tonight is 6:50. On or before 6:30 p.m. That's another 2 hours and 40 minutes. Don't forget the Lodge Championship Series going on right now. The Mystery Bounty Flight A at 11 a.m. and also at 5 p.m. on today, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. flight. $1,600 gets you into the tournament. $1 million guarantee. Mystery Bounty. You win a bounty in day 2 of the tournament. Go to the little hopper they have in the middle of the room, and they'll pull you out an envelope. In that envelope for this tournament, you could pull out an envelope with $100,000 in it. There you go. You get 40,000 starting chips, 40-minute levels. Then day 2 will be Sunday for the Mystery Bounty. Then we'll have a $750,000 no-limit $800 buy-in guarantee, $750,000 guarantee. That starts on Sunday, 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. We'll have
Great, now he's going to hit the full house.
6 flights, $800 buy-in. You get 30,000 chips, 30-minute levels. Then the high roller event on Wednesday of next week, $5,000 buy-in. We're guaranteeing $300K in that one. You get 75,000 chips, 1 hour levels. And then it goes on and on. All this information can be found on our website. We've got the main event, which you buy in for $3,000. It's a $2 million prize pool, guaranteed. 50,000 starting chips, 50-minute level. That all starts on Thursday, the 19th. On that one. 6 flights in that one. So lots going on with the Lodge Championship Series.
Rick, you firing any of the tournaments?
I did. I fired yesterday the tag team event, and I'll fire something else. I'm doing better in the cash streets. Tournaments, I'm done. How about you? What are you playing?
I'm going to play the main event, most likely.
Nice.
I think the hardest thing, honestly, if I didn't have a baby, I'd play almost all of the tournaments, but I'm going to fire off one of them, for sure.
You could bring Kings in, put them on your back.
Uh-huh. Definitely secure the baby run good.
375 is the raise from Bash with Ace Jack suited.
So I just saw Jake's hat. I just saw what it said.
Yes. Queen 6.
I feel also personally biased because as a person who plays poker for a living, whenever I was like, oh, bad beat, Jack. 500. It's always like
3,000 for the main event is the buy-in.
I've known a bunch of people that have played. I've played, especially in those stupid clubs.
Eli will fold. We want to thank Joe Strazera, a.k.a. Poobah, for all of his hard work. He is an entire staff has done an incredible job. We have hundreds of dealers ready to go to deal for your playing pleasure. Our cash games, our tournaments, no waiting. There are no alternates, really. Knock on wood. I mean, we have enough players, we'll send a dealer to a table. It's really an amazingly smooth running operation. And kudos to Joe and all of his staff.
That's what I'm saying. I admire you going out there, dude.
It's a fun place to be. All the time, but especially during these tournament series.
Skull Mike asked me to confirm what Jake's hat says, and my PC appropriate answer is going to be I think that's a foreign language, and I don't want to mispronounce it, so I'll pass.
There you go.
It's a great.
Poobah says couldn't do it without the team he has. I 100% agree. But part of being a great manager is surrounding yourself with good people. So take a bow, Poobah. Tip of the hat.
Doug is going to open up from hijack with the king 10 of clubs and get action from 3 different players.
Deuce, deuce, 5 trips for Jake.
Doug's going to flop pretty good on this one, except when he bets, Jake is going to have a very surprising 2. It's very hard to have a 2 in a multi-way game.
And then we need like all this like fan fiction comic art to come out.
Doug's going to go with the third sizing.
Dealer killer. And then
Jam comes along with ace high, don't blame him. Ace high is going to be good most of the time. He also has the ace of clubs, which you can turn into a lot of bluffs in one of the later streets.
He'll be holding an axe with a blade.
I don't think Jake's going to waste any time here. He's going to pump it up to 500.
The fans love to make T-shirts. Where are the ones that make T-shirts? They listening?
Which is going to deny equity to a lot of flush draws. So it's a really nice sizing. Doug can go for the call. But again, it's going to get real expensive if he misses this turn. Especially if it's a jack of clubs. Jack of clubs, Doug is going to be paying. TM is going to abandon his plan, which is all for the better. Oh,
Quadrophenia.
Oh, boy. What size are you guys thinking, y'all?
That's the face of a man with quads.
Yep. Jake goes for the cheeky. So what hands check here?
400 is the bet.
Jake's going to give up on hands like club. He's going to give up hands like 4-3. He's going to give up hands like a set of 5s. Or pair of 5s. And he could do a couple of things.
Just makes the call. But what does he do on the river here? As the ace hit, he's hoping Doug hit the ace. Checks again.
Really, really cheeky. Love it. Doug knows he's going to lose if he doesn't bet. So what is he repping? If Doug had an overpair, does he continue betting? Probably not, right? When ace comes in?
Shows the deuce. Doug says it's good. Yes.
Jake got max value. Jake doesn't know it, but Jake got max value. Well played, Jake.
Want to give a big shout out to the Waxahachie group of guys who have a Lodge Live party every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. A watch party from Waxahachie, Texas.
Way too much credit.
Hello, folks.
It's a middle there. Way too much credit. Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
1,500 in the live chat today. I'm going to go out here and see where we are with the likes. Carry the 2.
Gotta break the 3s.
329 likes. We need 650. We need 321 more in the next 2 hours and 30 minutes.
It's a weird spot.
How you put me on a deuce and make it 500 on the flop?
Well, I know deuce is probably in the pre-flop range. Sometimes you gotta call anyway.
Fold. Yeah, I thought I played that hand perfect too. Instead I played like a fish.
Well, you actually got the most.
Cool.
You got turn on fold, so.
Alright, cool.
What you just said, Jay.
Maximal value.
Doug said he got max value on that hand.
Still plays 400.
All right, so Boston Jimmy's going to open up the action. Jake is going to 3-bet him with the same hand he had earlier, Queen Jack of Hearts. And we move on to the next hand.
There's the Lodge cam. That's the cash part of the house. There's your cumulative winning overlay. TM quietly. TM does everything quietly. Up 2K. Doug up 1,300. Bash up 1,000. Eli up 865. Rudy up 145. Everyone else losing. Jake right now, even though he just hit Quadrophenia, down 2,700.
It's looking like it's gonna be a cold winter.
Ron did not do well in the tag team. Me and Scotland, when I was on the felt, 7 away from the money. I turned a flush, a 10 high flush, put all my chips in the middle. Jeremy, who's played on the stream many times, looks like Woody from Toy Story. And he had the king high flush. Slick Rick had to go over to tell Scotland that we are out.
Carlos with the nice words from Houston, Texas. H-Town. What's up, Carlos? Welcome to the stream, buddy.
Thank you, Carlos. Heads up. Eli now looking to make the call. There he goes. He was going to make the call. Jack 10 suited versus King Queen. Seven, 8 deuce, couple diamonds. Nobody with a diamond.
Which is the board is going to favor Eli. But with no showdown, it's prudent that Bash goes for a C-bet here.
300.
He goes for a small pro bet. See where it's at. I think it's about a couple hundred. 300. It's good sizing.
Call.
Eli's going to go for the quick call. Eli's going to want to see a ton of cards here. Ace is not one of them, especially when it's ace of diamonds.
Check.
Now, if Bash does check here, it opens the gates for Eli to go for a bluff.
Puts
Bash
a banana chip out there, 1,000.
Goes for a two-thirds bet, and Eli is generally just going to give up here.
Yeah, table isn't really talking much. Believe me, when they start talking, we will listen in. We appreciate the comments, folks. If you're tuning in just for the first time, we appreciate it. We'd ask that you subscribe to our channel. Or if you want to wait one more show to give us a chance, we appreciate that too. Whatever you want to do, but subscribe really does help us. Doesn't cost you a thing. We are a little bit different than a lot of the other streams out there in that we don't only talk poker. We like to have a little fun. If you can laugh a little bit along the way in your day, then it will help everyone, I believe.
E. McKenzie asks, what do you think about Eli's check raise on that flop? Absolutely. He could check raise it. He has a ton of equity, and especially if the turn is a turn that gives him more outs, he could continue to barrel. But on that particular flop, a check raise is just going to fold just about everything in Bash's range that is not a pair already. A check raise would have been an excellent play.
Call. Heads up.
All right, so we go heads up here.
Check.
TM was a pre-flop aggressor. Doug closes up the action in a straddle,
I know he's in the hand.
I'm just saying.
or the third blind rather.
Forget who your heads up with.
Yeah, forget your heads up.
Ramon, thank you for the super chat.
I wish he wasn't.
Finally, some poker. Other streams, a lot of donk bets. Thanks, Ramon, for the super chat. Looks like that's Mexican pesos. We really appreciate it. Huh, Willardo, don't know how that happened. If you subscribed a while back and it didn't show you subscribed, you subscribed again. I don't know if that every now and then, I don't know what happened there. We apologize for that.
But then eventually, like, I branded myself my name.
It's kind of scary, though, if YouTube just arbitrarily unsubscribes people, but maybe it was something like akin to a butt dial, kind of like what Skull Mike has done in the past. He butt dials and actually removes people from chat, puts them in timeout on accident.
Like this one's gonna stick.
Way better than Doug.
Jim K. A quiet table is a dangerous table. There's some beasts at this table, man. There's a few people here that are super fun to play, but that also means that they're competitive. They're going to fight for their pots. They're not always going to play straightforward.
Raise 150. Fold.
But it's a really fun table. If you guys ever play at the Lodge, you guys will know that Texas players they can be fierce, but at all times they're also very social. They make the game really enjoyable, whether you're new to the game or you're very, very experienced.
Heads up, sevens versus queen 9. Ace 10-4, couple hearts, nobody with a heart.
Check it. We appreciate that. 125.
125 from Jake. Bash, 2 overs on the board, and he's going to get rid of his sevens. Jake is going to take it down.
Now, when Bash gets into that same type of situation again, where he raises Jake flats afterward, Bash should think about checking back some of his top pairs. His best hands, his best made hands and best draws. You should think about checking them back, right? You really want to set up that meta game where someone doesn't always get to bet every time you check. So you have to stay balanced, and you have to set future pots up by making sure you check some of your better hands and putting those guys in predicaments where they're just bluffing away.
Slick Rick joined in the booth today with J-Win as Skull Mike is on special top secret, double secret probation. He will be back on Friday, Skull Mike.
All right, so on this particular hand, it looks like the 40 straddles on. Bash raises it up to 125. Love 10-9 of hearts. I wish you a positive flop, my friend. Let's get some action flops here. Boston Jimmy says, I'm tired of waiting. His hand looks good enough. Let me get in there. Eli's going to say, pump, pump, pump it up.
Raise. 625.
White A players, less than 30 seconds, please. Come back to your tables. White A players, join your seats.
Fold.
Eli will take it down with his big slick. I want to thank all of our moderators today, all the people wearing blue, including, there you go, there's the front half of the lodge room where all of the cash games are going on. There's Big Daddy D right there in the middle of your screen, playing the cash.
I just bet you Andrew Tangy, you don't know what I have.
Jimmy bluffing. We have thousands of poisonous frogs. Oh, God.
On to the next hand. Playing
I would say I had Jack Stir.
5, 10, 20, and also
Conveniently, it didn't show
a
up.
$20 ante in addition to the 5, 10, 20 from the big blind. So it's really playing like a 5, 10, 40 game.
Heart and spade.
Why did the RFID
Is that a
games?
restraddle? Yeah, all right.
Why did those get more popular than the?
All right, so there's some straddle action. Doug confirms. Doug chooses
I
his
thought that was a little more. I don't know, like fun.
sizing.
Camera is just like very.
We're going to let the action catch up here. But Doug wakes up with the hand that he likes. And hopefully Doug will get an opponent to see a flop.
Make sure everyone always knows the angle. Like, there's just a lot more potential problems.
It also has to cut to an angle where, like, every single time someone's looking.
Yeah, it could be.
Okay, so it looks like it was a double straddle.
But I'm with you. There is something.
Bash with the 40, Jake with the 80.
Yeah, you see the color.
Jake has a dirty diaper. Yeah, Doug, you don't want to get into a unnecessary pot with Doug. So correctly lets it go. And Doug gets some dead money in the middle. Not bad. Not to have to see a flop.
I've got a $40 return.
Cumulative winnings, there you go, TM. Many, many fans of TM. The quiet one, TM. I've known him a long time, and I've actually heard him speak. No, he's a great guy. One of the nicest guys. Never gets mad. Always with a smile on his face when you see it.
Big tournament grinder. He's
Yes,
very, very successful
yes.
in tournaments. It's always fun to catch up with them and talk about tournament war stories. Boston Jimmy raises up with 9-7 suited on the button. Eli wakes up with another hand. So here's the thing. Button versus small blind. Both of their ranges are going to be wide. Let's see how Eli plays this hand and see if he can extract value here.
550 with the aces.
Play with TM plenty. Not surprising that he's going to let this hand go. Now, when it folds back around to Boston Jimmy can do a couple of things. If he feels like Eli has been raising it up with junk, and they're playing button versus small blind, Boston Jimmy can put in the 4-bet and get a lot of folds. Pretty much everything to fold out except for big pairs. But if Boston Jimmy does that, he will be walking into a landmine. And he does do that. So, don't know what Eli's thinking about.
And I felt like I was in the 1940s.
Oh, he calls.
Boston Jimmy does have crackers here.
Hispanic and black style. I was like, whoa.
Ooh, there's a 7.
Yeah, that's a look you usually try to
No hearts, though. So 2 pair for both players now.
Eli's just going to want to bet his full range here.
Boston Jimmy looking for one of the 2 remaining black 7s.
I feel like if you're going to come to Austin, you got to go check out Terry Black's just to get some barbecue.
Yeah, somebody was telling me that the barbecue is like some of the best. I didn't know which.
Raise from Boston Jimmy.
It's interesting. He folds out all of Eli's big cards. But if Eli calls here, Boston Jimmy is going to know that he's beat.
And you're really not supposed to use the barbecue.
On Eli's side, you really only lose to an 8. There are some diamond draws that's going to raise it right away. But if you feel like you beat those diamond draws right away, Eli can 3-bet it here. Eli's going to think through his options and not waste any time.
All in. Putting the pressure back on Boston Jimmy. Asking for a count. Bellagio Anthony was giving him the count.
If Eli were to call there, that turn is just going to go check too many times. So I don't fault Eli for going all in. He could have played it a couple of different ways. There's no wrong answer here. But certainly if Boston Jimmy also has queens, jacks, 10s in his range. So both of their ranges could be fairly strong. And so, actually, you know, the more I think about it, it's a really nice jam by Eli because kings, queens, jacks, even 10s sometimes have to call, right? Because some of the hands that does jam is 2 diamonds. Nice hand for Eli. They're going to have a little talk. Boston Jimmy's going to try to extract a little bit more information for future purposes.
I mean, not running into an 8, taking the pot down without any sweat, just win.
I misplayed that. I should have just smooth called.
Baba Yaga Prepper. TM is a killer in tourneys. Yes, he is. He grinds the tournament circuit really hard, and he's a huge fan. He's a favorite here. If you guys play tournaments at the Lodge, you'll see TM a lot.
Really misplayed it.
1,600 in the live chat. Slick Rick along with Jay Win. Don't worry, Skull Mike fans. He will be back on Friday and Saturday.
Well, what's his name? Pierce?
Broke 400, Slick Rick. We broke 400.
There we go. 200 more, 250 more, and we can get to overtime.
420 the next milestone?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that there's 1,600 people watching. You figure, you know, at least 650 of them are enjoying themselves. You'd like to hope so and want to see more of this poker, but we always let chat decide. We didn't make it the other day, and
The ace king fold surprised me.
We don't lie. We don't bluff when it comes to the overtime number.
I saw one hand.
It was funny though. He did. He was
4
like,
players
what stakes do
to
you
a
want?
flop.
And he was like much lower than this. He's like, all right,
435 in the pot. 9-6 Trey Skittles.
I saw one hand where he was playing my friend. It was like an Instagram clip.
Yeah.
200. Like one of the people
Straight draw for Rudy.
he like
Pair of trays for Boston
river,
Jimmy.
maybe 25,000 or maybe 15. I might be messing it up, but he had,
Rudy
he
and
showed the
Jimmy.
guy one of the cards he had. Like when he jammed,
Our
the guy
heads
really
up
thought
now.
he was like, I don't know why, but he thought he was
4 of
scoring,
spades.
and then he ended up getting called. They're just
I think
Jake's going to
still
turn
in.
an open-ender.
Is Jake still in? I thought he had folded. My bad if he didn't.
He folded already.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. I thought he had folded.
I just know the jam on the river was pretty big. I think 10, 15.
Rudy turns an open double gutter. He's going to continue betting. Boston Jimmy's going to find it really hard to keep going, I think. Because if he calls here, he's hoping to see. I mean, your 5's not always going to be good. You really want to be careful here, but Boston Jimmy continues the action. And let's see if Rudy has a third one.
2,200 in the back.
Third bullet in him. Rudy's going to give it up, and Boston's going to win. Oh, no.
10-7.
Rudy with a big bet. Nice bet, Rudy.
Not much Boston Jimmy can do. He's got the
Yeah.
bottom pair.
It's an overbet, too.
I mean,
So he goes bet, 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 which is very rarely a bluff, especially when you're going multi-way. Nice one. Sean Hall says, J-Win, just saw my first J-Win vlog yesterday. I've seen you on stream a few times, but didn't know you until I saw your vlog. Then I watched another. Insta sub. Keep them coming. Hey, thanks, Sean. Really appreciate it, man. Working really hard on the vlogs, and hope to keep pumping them out. Oh, Doug's not at a seat, but he would have had pocket jacks.
that's what he's saying he had against Boston Jimmy earlier in that hand. Heads up.
Eli got some hands today. Action Tracker is just going to correct itself real quick, but Eli does raise with ace-queen off from the cutoff. And I believe he's going to get a little bit of action from one of the blinds.
From Anthony, probably. There you go. King 10 of hearts versus ace queen.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm
Ace king 9, couple of diamonds. Both players hit part of that.
Eli's going to get the best of it. Anthony's going to check. Eli's going to bet. Anthony's going to have to make at least one call.
And as of right now, it's pretty good that Doug left the table because his jacks would have been demoralized.
There's always been like this lack
5 of hearts there.
tenacity, like 100% all the time. But
Here, Eli can size up. He essentially has top.
yeah, like
He can go with a sizing of roughly around 325 to 350.
the vast majority of like when he was with the Rockets, he was amazing. And I really enjoy it. I think he's done some really interesting things to like change some of like what basketball meta is.
Looks like 325.
Really interesting.
325.
Nice sizing from Eli.
So I would like to see him win something, but if it's not him,
Anthony's
then
going to
I'd
be
like
put in a
see
spot.
I do like
He
Booker.
knows that
Booker's amazing.
he knows that a king is not going to bet again on turn. And so for the most part, Eli's saying I either have top pair or better. Anthony unblocks the diamonds, so Eli can sometimes just has diamonds and double barreling.
I'm more of a basketball purist in the sense that like
Makes the call.
skill rather than
Looking for a king or a 10 is Anthony, the gentleman from New York. Does not come. Eli's going to win this hand as long as he stays in.
and like the skill
When everything bricks out, Eli can go for large sizing here.
not being able to hit a jump shot is kind of weird to me.
Love his outlook on the game.
Oh, his personality was no.
It's like 5 and a quarter. And there's the fold. So Matt says these streams are a little early for us day jobbers. Wish you could push at least one of them later in the evening. Matt, we have talked about that. And who knows, after the Lodge Championship Series, we may temporarily try that on one of our streams. So we have heard that, but I'll ask you this, Jaywin. What percentage
Yep.
of
same
our
argument was made for Curry whenever
viewers on the Lodge Live would you say
Curry
are from
wasn't
the
playing
United
fourth
States of
quarter.
America?
Ooh.
I mean, if you don't
If I had to take a guess right away, I want to say 80 or north.
That is probably what I would guess, and that's what I did guess, and I was
But I'm
way
clearly wrong.
Clearly wrong. By about half. 45% of our viewers are from the U.S. We have viewers from all over the world. The next highest country, Canada, is at 3%. So you imagine how many countries are watching and how many people from all over the world. And we appreciate each and every one of y'all.
And Simmons.
So it's different times all around the world right now.
All right, so Boston Jimmy's going to wake up with a hand. He's first to act. He's going to raise it up to 160. Boston Jimmy gets a little bit of leverage because the straddle is on. TM is going to often... It's a good spot for TM to 3-bet, but he's going to go ahead and smooth call in the cutoff.
Maxi's ability to finish at full speed.
And it looks like we're going to go heads up. Let's see how Boston Jimmy plays his rockets out of position. So 9-8-3, board is going to favor TM. Boston Jimmy can see bet. He could check.
175.
We have such a dry spell in the NBA.
Starts off with about a 40% raise, 40% bet.
Was it a lack of
It's
players or
crazy
the game
how
changed?
it's the meta. It was a meta shift.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, the zero guard was a huge thing for a bit, where it's just like you have these super small guards, they're just impossible to stop.
Now, if I was Boston Jimmy, I would check most turns.
Iverson started.
You're not going to get worse hands to call.
That was a little before. Sure. That's like prime shot.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
You're not going to get many worse hands to call.
But the thing is,
But you're going to get a whole bunch of bluffs to bet. So there goes the check.
And like this is why you have
TM knows that he's in a position of strength here, and he can fold out a lot of weak hands when someone takes a bet check line.
Basketball league, just like local gym, where they have like refs to keep score. And my first game playing, and
I think TM is going to take the bait, and he's going to bet.
and then there's like some like kind of big kid on our team.
And he goes for small sizing, which is good. TM is going to go for small sizing. Boston Jimmy's going to be forced to fold a lot of his big cards.
I'm a lot bigger than you. You're just like, I got it. And I'm like, all right, whatever. The guy's just like,
Okay, so it looks like Boston Jimmy is going to take a check call line.
he just takes it from half court and just goes, and then just like total airball brick, like nothing but like just like not even like the backboard. It's just like off to the right, and then we just all go back on defense. And it's just like, dude, like is this like the Curry?
As played, Boston Jimmy is just going to check it.
It's like nothing but air. It's like all air.
So it's him and then LaMelo Ball. So
And
all
TM's just
LaMelo
gonna give
stuff
up.
Getting posted on.
Nice play by Boston Jimmy. I think he got the max
social
value
media,
there.
Shooting half-court shots in high school games and scoring 92 points and like taking just like ridiculous shots. And
Coach Summers in the chat.
Anywhere else.
Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. Got people watching in Prague,
This is like
Vermont,
It wasn't auto.
home of Ben and Jerry.
Shot the half-court shot. It wasn't like out of reach or anything. This was just like mid-game.
A lot of people watching from all over the world. We really appreciate each and every one of you. There's your cumulative winnings. Eli up
You're
2,800,
right. Now I'm not gonna pass.
leading the way, throwing the party right now.
Having some words for him if I'm his teammate.
Boston Jimmy down 3,100, the Baskin Robbins of all numbers.
I'm not talking shit. I am.
Jake down 2,800.
I'm not pulling up from half.
All right, Cameron, Andrew. I'm all about first-time experiences, so I saw your message, and this will be the first time that I ever shout out someone's pet mouse. So Cameron Andrew, who asked if I would shout out his pet mouse, Chester. Shout out to Chester, man. Hope the little guy's doing okay.
You were very confident in that.
Very weird for me to give a shout out to a pet mouse, but I have pets too.
Basketball league then too.
I bet Chester is the mom.
I just started shooting. My aim is terrible. I was practicing my free throws. And I practiced for like 2 weeks. And I got to a point from like day one, I was trying to make it like 40%. And by like 3 weeks in, I was making like 70, 75%. And I'm thinking, okay, he has a full year. And he practiced every day.
Cam wakes up with the hand, but unfortunately gets no action
It
here.
sucked like COVID happened, and then there were like restrictions on the gym that he could use and stuff. That was kind of. But he figured it out. Yeah. I think he was streaming it on Twitch for a while too.
You're welcome, Cameron.
I think when he did it, there was some problem with the stream or something, and there was conspiracy theorists, and like, then he did it again on stream. I think he did it again.
But he had an unlimited
Let's
number
go,
of
Mike.
chances to start.
Get to the Lodge Mahal. The Lodge Championship Series is going on right now through the 23rd of this month.
Yeah.
Tons of great tournaments, including today's great event is day 1A of the second Mystery Bounty Tournament. $1,600 buy-in. $1 million guaranteed in the prize pool, but most importantly, the biggest prize for the Mystery Bounty that you could pull is $100 grand.
Even 83, I thought it might have been like 70, but if it's 80.
That would be just so amazing.
It drops off really quick.
Pull an envelope, win $100 grand.
All right, so he's going to fold all the way to the blinds. I love me some blind versus blind action. Doug's going to raise it up with his pocket nines. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
All right, so what do you want? You want the kings or the nines for the sandwich?
That's, last time you had the bigger pair. I'll take the bigger pair this time.
All right, you're the kings, I'm the nines.
Yeah.
I didn't see if any other nines were played. Oh, there's a king out there, so we usually call it off. Do you want to call it off? Because you have one less king that could hit the board.
Come on, that's like 8%. I'll take my 8%.
All right. You'll still
to the river.
Bet is still on then. You're the kings, I'm the nines.
All right, one time for my son named Kings. Let's go.
All right.
So Doug, blind versus blind, Doug's going to face a lot of 3-bets. Doug is going to call his 3-bets with the pocket nines, of course. And depending on the flop, I think this could be really action heavy.
No sandwich for anybody. Boston Jimmy with the heart, though, and the kings.
It's going to be a fairly neutral board. Yes, Doug's going to raise with some 3s, 7s, and 5s, and it's going to be slightly better for Doug's range. But Boston is going to continue to see betting, especially when he has the king of hearts. He should continue to keep going.
It's going to really hurt my feelings if it's just
Doug's going to have to make this call with an overpair. He could get some 6s and 8s that gives him additional outs. Of course, he doesn't know what Boston Jimmy has.
There's the heart. It's over.
Now, here's the thing. When Boston does this, one of the most bluff spots is when you get 4 to a flush. Doug's not going to take the bait. Boston's going to go for a tiny bit of value.
125 is the bet.
Maybe going to try to induce a bluff. How humiliating.
Let's listen and see what they're saying.
Check the turn very, very quick because I wanted you to like lead or something.
I got married very young.
I bet here.
4 kiddos. Got married when I was like 19.
Oh, okay. Well, you're old school.
All right.
All right. Doug's a man of value. He's not going to fold. And Boston Jimmy's going to get an extra grocery bill in there. Nice bet, Boston Jimmy.
And he hit a flush. The second nuts. Third nuts. I guess it's just straight flush.
That was maximum value.
Yeah.
Absolute maximum value.
If I have a low heart, I should call her. I should raise it here. I don't have a heart.
Renee says that when a poker player's nickname is a city followed by his first name, he's a shark.
It felt really suspicious, but he was such a man. I know, that's why I was like, that's a dangerous bet.
So a lot of people are saying they're going to quit their job to play poker, taking your cue. Do you recommend that?
You know, if you got a plan, I recommend for you to go for your dreams if you have a plan. Have a plan, set aside finances, get your loved ones on board, and then it's all about execution.
What did he do? Like, he just like stepped on the gas a little too hard?
So he was backing up.
65.
Right a bluff?
He was backing up and
Nines.
got on the grass on the right side, and then he overcorrected to get back into the driveway, and like, I guess like pushed it a little bit harder than he thought, and just immediately into the tree, and it was like broke his tail light, and I was like, well, now you can't.
Eli comes along with 4 or 5 offsuit.
No, luckily, it's, it's just a little property damage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jack 4 Trey, all hearts again. Eli and Bash with hearts.
And all these turns I can play like
15, 12, 8.
check.
I checked some because I wanted to bet
75.
flip flop.
Oh, I would, but my hand was too good to bluff.
Call.
It's a lesson too, teach him how to get it fixed or whatever.
It's going to be a little bit difficult for Eli to navigate this out of position. But Eli's going to turn some additional outs.
Figuring out how to do it all.
Looking for a deuce 4 or 5 is Eli.
Check.
Bash is going to do a lot of checking here. He knows he has a lot of equity.
Hits the 4.
Oh,
Trips now.
Just YouTubing alternating.
it's an easy game when you know what's
You
coming.
essentially get, you know, like if you had a mentor, just you go to YouTube. Hey man, you know, he's 325. You know, Toyota Camry.
325 from Eli.
Oh, it's right here. Let me show you.
It's going to be really hard for Bash to call this. He loses 2 a ton.
Can you beat 5 or 6 high?
We may or may not have had
Oh shit! I thought I hit 6-5. I totally did not mean to do that. Holy shit! I thought I had.
I play with Eli a lot. That is an innocent mistake.
Like I had 6-5. Holy
That is an
shit!
innocent mistake.
I am so sorry, Rami. I swore. I thought that. Well, look, I mean, I thought I had an open ender. What the hell am I?
Eli, to be honest, you did say, can you beat 6 high? I said, yeah. She's like, oh,
That's
well,
true.
then
Well, you can't. It doesn't matter because I don't have answers. Oh my god.
Eli thought he was bluffing there.
Holy shit.
Which explains the sizing.
Yeah, no, I did have aces. I did have aces on that one. That one I didn't mix up. God, I thought I had open ender. Shit, I had a pair.
But Bash is going to take that well. Bash knows that was just, that's not a needle or
Yeah, I even went.
Maybe
Not
he
any
thought I was
other
Sean
behavior.
Keys or something. I don't know.
Egyptian Z, want to thank you for that comment.
It won't even let
I'm
you,
sorry that your dad passed. I recently had to go through that with my mom. It's never easy. Very important people in our lives. And you say that poker streams have been keeping your mind occupied and happy. If that's one of the best comments we can receive. It's just people having fun with our stream. We realize we're here for entertainment.
I can't feel that
Just
bad.
trying to have a little fun and laugh along the way.
Because, 6 high, I'm never winning there. I could have just folded. I just was like, all right, I'm going to show the bluff for
see the
advertising
articles
later on.
online. Cheating at the lodge. Player
yeah, Egyptian. Your family's in my thoughts, man.
That was crazy.
1,600 in the live chat, folks. We are
I wouldn't believe
an hour and a half into our stream today. Jaywin is joining me in the bunker. Skull Mike is in Michigan,
No, he's slow rolling him.
probably trying to Google
Good thing is I would have played that.
places to gamble closest to his hotel room.
I think I would have played that almost identical. Especially on the
If I know Skull Mike.
that much on the river. That was crazy.
Yeah, the people of Chatsville are coming to you Egyptian, and we all say
That's true.
your family is in our thoughts.
Ethan says, low-key, the commentary is lit. Yes, Ethan Tucker. The commentary of the lodge is super fun. It is a pleasure to be on it. I'm really lucky to be here. Thanks for the compliment. Renee asked if I play full-time. Absolutely, Renee. As a little less than a year ago, I started playing full-time.
Yeah.
Problem is, you didn't know I didn't know what my hand was.
No, I was reading these
Skull Mike said he did Google gambling joints near me in Michigan, but instead he ordered sushi and is watching the live stream. Skull Mike could and does eat sushi every day. TM mystery hand here. 987, couple diamonds. 2 pair for Doug.
TM.
We should find out what TM got. Okay. Doug is going to want to get some folds here. Pretty wet board, flushes, straights. And Doug's going to be pretty happy to take down a pot with 9-8 off.
The plans here, if you're new to our channel, is, well, we stream 4 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, 3 p.m. Central Time is when we go live on YouTube on a 30-minute delay. But the plan is, we're currently next door to us building a YouTube studio. That'll be ready probably in 3 months, my guess. Certainly by the fall, I would suggest. We're building a YouTube studio. So what you're seeing here is great, and this is our temporary stream. But imagine if we have our own studio and we can control all of the lighting, all of the sound, and everything. We're in a big room right now, so we get a lot of background noise. But imagine if we could control all that in our own studio. It's only going to get better. That's what I'm trying to say, folks.
Welcome to Texas.
And I love that slick, Rick. Like, the game is called Texas Hold'em, not Oklahoma Hold'em or New York Hold'em. And I'm from New York, right? I love New York, but the game is called Texas Hold'em. It should be Texas that's innovating on the game and bringing things to people around the world. And I don't know, it's such a blessing to live in Austin, Texas, and to watch you guys do all this stuff. But I can't wait to see you guys' studio, and hopefully I'll get some playing time in there.
You will. You definitely will.
That sounds exactly like Sam.
As Jake just got run over by Rudy. Rudy tried to make the call. Jake still is on action on him. Now Rudy says, in that case, I'm out of here.
And it's a gentleman's game, so Rudy's going to be it. They're going to let Rudy take back his chips.
He was straddling, and a couple other people were doing it. I started doing it.
And when he plays a cash game, PLO cash game, God, you can't see a flop for less than $7.
TM getting spicy, calling 10-7 off, and is going to flop the best of it with second pair.
Yes, he does. Well, buy in men and just get it all in every single time until it doubles or triples up.
200. Always smiling too. There's someone that just enjoys the game, you know?
Yeah. Well, he enjoys gambling. I'm not sure he enjoys the game so much as he just likes to gamble.
Ace may slow things down
It was
here.
a good game for that, though.
Yeah.
Jake does not have any outs.
You know, I know this place where you can.
It shows that he has, but they're grayed out, meaning they've already been played.
What? Upswing.com.
Jake knows that his nines are never good here. When he gets
I can go
called,
there to learn how to play 800.
Wow. That
Sorry.
sure sounds
I
like a great place
when
to
Jake
learn
gets
how to
called,
play poker.
he knows that his nines are never good. He's going to turn his hand into a bluff, and he gets it through. Nice read, Jake. I think a lot of times people are going to get passive with their nines. They're going to think that their nines have showdown value, but in reality it doesn't. And you're going to want to get some kings and tens to fold. My guess is, however, if TM calls, he's going to have a lot of weak kings or good tens, and Jake may be setting up for triple barrel. But whatever the case is, he doesn't need to get that far, and Jake takes down a well-played pot with nines that he has turned into a bluff and got a better hand for.
So the Lodge is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you want to play on the Lodge, there's how you can do it. Go to the LodgePokerClub.com website, /livestream, fill out the questionnaire, or contact Skull Mike directly on his Instagram or Twitter, @SkullMikePoker.
I run like one sim, and I'm like, what am I doing with my life right now? Am I really going to do this?
And he'll try to get you in. The Lodge, located off of exit 251 on I-35. Round Rock is the largest suburb of Austin, Texas, the state's capital, and the largest suburb of Austin. If you're flying in from out of town, you'd fly into Austin Bergstrom International Airport, get out of the plane, walk down, get in an Uber or taxi, and tell them to take you to the Lodge. It'll take you about 25 minutes, depending on traffic.
I'm the Rick Back program.
Join, become a member, and you can start playing right here at the Lodge Mahal.
He prefers that name. Dougie Rakeback is better than Doug the Dealer Killer.
Yes, anything.
Doug is going to get spicy.
I will be.
Anything? What about Doug the child molester?
All right.
I knew I could find an exception.
Show the 5, Doug. Show the 5. Show the 5, Doug. There we go.
Someone just has to set it, and Eli will.
I'll go above. I'll go.
All right, Doug is all about business, y'all. He got his hat backwards and cricket to the side. It's a man with that attitude right there.
We just need to dip to the bag, talk to production. Bam. Doug the Dealer Killer is on there.
DDK at the bottom.
No.
You had your choice. You chose Doug the Dealer Killer over Doug the child molester.
There's your cumulative links, folks. Check them out.
A bit of a hostile choice, but you had the choice. Or no. What's the movie?
Yes, we are watching the action with you, but what we're all watching together right now happened 30 minutes ago.
That's right.
So
I'd
we
rather
see
have
the
any other
cards
game than Doug.
30 minutes after
I can think of
they've
a few
been
other
played.
games. Doug the horse fucker.
Might be better in this industry.
Oh man.
I just call it a donkey fuck.
I'd have to really think about it.
The donkey
Short term, I
diddler.
think that's better.
This is a fun table
I think that's
tonight.
probably worse.
Yeah, very good game. Skull Mike puts together some of the best games in town. I like the fact that it's not always the same people every day.
That's nice.
It's a good mixture of action. And I think that's what makes streams more fun. I don't, I like to watch a lot of streams, I'll be honest. But I don't like the ones that have the same players all the time as much as the ones that mix it up. Shout out to Mixing It Up. Pitmaster General.
I might chat more with this side of the table. I feel like I'm picking up better vibes down here.
Doug is a master at bringing out people's social tendencies at the table. He's really, really good at that. All the best poker players are. They're just really good at making sure everyone is having a really good time. And whether or not the best poker players are winning or losing, it's part of the job. Just making sure everyone's having a great time and that, you don't bring a cloud over everyone's head.
The Koi partner with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much. He says, thank you guys for all the effort you put into the stream. Thank you so much. Honestly, we do it for the people of Chatsville. It would not be nearly as fun if we didn't have 1,600 people in the live chat right now. Skull and I always talk about chat being the third commentator in the booth with us at all times. So you are part of the show, and we appreciate it so much. K9 Wolf versus Queen Jack. 6-5 deuce, couple of clubs. As Bash checks it over to Boston Jimmy. There's the King of Diamonds. Bash now with top pair.
You ever had any nicknames, Eli?
Not really, no.
Bash is going to make the bet. Boston Jimmy's going to call here with.
Not any that are good. Actually, I mean, everyone had some of their.
I don't know what happened there. I guess he folded.
How about the attorney?
Eli's a nickname, huh?
Are you an attorney?
You didn't think I was a professional poker player?
Jack, right now it's on YouTube only. We are checking out the possibility of simultaneously being on Twitch as well. Heard that could be a possibility. We don't know. But right now it's YouTube only.
You remember break?
Neck brace is way more creative than ambulance chase. That's.
You remember break your neck? There you go. This is him all grown up.
What's the right song?
No, there was like a high stakes person that was playing like break your neck or something like that.
Oh, break your neck.
Yeah.
Jimmy Bluffett mentions Lotus of Siam in Vegas. I've been there, Jimmy Bluffett. Very good restaurant.
It was me. I was a crusher on poker. Yeah, that was me.
Do what?
And protect your neck.
Oh, maybe protect your neck. Yeah, it was protect your neck. It was protect your neck.
And that wouldn't be me. I don't want you to protect your neck.
And then he used the ghoul that like the head was all tilted and like it looked like the neck was broken.
Looks like Doug is cutting chips for a 3-bet. Doug doesn't know it, but he's going to want to fold from TM. All right, Chatsville. TM closes the action. Would be crazy if we see some spades, but we're not on this
Do you have
particular
your own?
Doug and TM. Who's going to make the play at it? Doug makes the $200 bet. TM comes along. Both players now with the spade draw.
So, Slick Rick, what are we thinking here? Do we want to see a spade on the river?
Yes.
It's going to be some blood.
I always cheer for Max Payne, a la DQ. Shout out DQ, wherever you are. What about you? Wouldn't you want to see how they play it?
Oh, for sure. We want blood, baby. That's what poker's about.
We're not off the front,
Doug
but
continuing the story.
the movie theater across the
Makes
highway.
it 650.
Yeah. I could like hit a baseball. I'm in Austin. I could hit a baseball in Round Rock and Pflugerville. I'm like it's like a little triangle.
TM calls. Doug behind, but TM can't think that right now. 4 of clubs on the river.
Doug's going to give up a lot of the times here.
We have some contacts with doctors and chiropractors, other attorneys.
Fires another
TM's
bullet.
from the
It's sure to
plus
get
one.
through.
Yep. TM's in a +1. Doug blocks queens, the jacks, hands that TM would call with. Hard to put TM on King 9 of spades, exactly on King 9 of spades here. But it looks like Doug knows he can't win without betting. And this will get through.
Looks like about 1,700 maybe. See what it is. 1,600. It's going to get through. No way TM can make this call.
I just had like merchandise printed up, like so that I can shield my own brand for everything. So I left
Bet lines are rarely bluffs, guys. But if TM could sniff this out, this will be one of the top plays of the day. I mean, this will be the big one. But big blind versus +1. How many hands are Doug 3-betting that isn't a pair or an ace high? Is TM's king ever good here?
What industry are you in, brother?
Carson. Yeah.
Can TM make this call? He doesn't. That would have been the call of the century.
Car insurance, like you sell it?
Huh?
You sell car insurance?
And Doug fires the necessary third bullet.
Independent. So
Good play from Doug.
Nice work, Doug. You're a private dealership, or is it?
Independent. I would never want a franchise or nothing. I wouldn't want anyone to be like, hey, actually, that's not how we want you to do things.
Dustin, that's a little bit too much information, but thank you for the comments. Oh my goodness.
I get in my knees for no one except the state.
We all bend the knee.
Yeah, bend the knee. I love that term, dude.
Well, they announced it so that people can.
With 4 kids, I have to do the wordplay all the time.
They have a new. I think they have a newer version or something that doesn't always do it. It's all newer because we just launched it.
Nova Poker says, note to self, start triple barrel bluffing more often. Do not try this at home.
Feels like I hate you.
It could be dangerous to your health and your bankroll. Rudy with Gretzky. The Gretzky hand. Ace 10-4, Skittles. Pair of 10s for Eli. Straight draw for Bash. Rudy gets out of the way with his 9s. $325 is the bet.
Can you beat 6 high?
Oh shit, this game, I'm gonna get slow rolled again.
All right, Eli's giving folding language. And Bash gets it done. Very nice bet.
Oh wait.
Good hand, good hand.
Bash shows that Eli folded the best hand. Jimmy John says, hello from the gutter of New York City. Jimmy John, where you from, man?
Brand from China.
What part of New York City?
We're selling on Amazon, eBay, Walmart, Facebook, all that stuff. Been doing that for about 11 years, and then Son Jake, we just started doing golf ball recycling about 8 months ago, and that has taken over my life. So about 70–80% of my company now is just buying used golf balls, cleaning them up, and reselling them, flipping them.
That's like the set mix though. And what I just think about that in Vegas is
How do they measure units of golf balls?
no, not that one. That's what I think.
It's like 600. Yeah, bags of 600.
All right, Bash sees a hand that he likes, 10-9 suited, opens it up under the gun, and Doug is going to get a replay of his pocket
There's a
jacks.
couple ways you
He
can
missed the pocket jacks earlier when he left the seat.
100 is like
This
almost
time he's going to get it. He's going to 3-bet it to 200.
and then the other way is they have a lot of tables that are
Boston Jimmy's going to get another pretty looking hand, although this type of hand is to be quite dangerous when you're facing a 3-bet. Boston Jimmy wisely lets it go. And it's going to fold it around back to Bash. When Bash opens up a hand, a suited connector hand, he's not going to want to fold a 3-bet. So he calls, and we're off to see a flop.
King 8 deuce, Skittles.
Check it.
Doug jacks again. That was the hand he had against Boston Jimmy earlier on the big bet that Boston Jimmy found a fold with. The mystery hand that we found out what later was jacks.
You're a ball wrangler.
How lucky was he to not be in the seat?
And yeah, and he also was in at pocket jacks when he was out of his seat.
a lot of people that
Interesting.
like golf courses, dive in the pond and heads up.
How much does a used set of...
Or the jiggities, you know. We got to call them the jiggities now that
So we
Brad is part of the club.
Anywhere between 12 to 48 usually.
Cumulative winnings. Eli up 2,900. Doug up 1,800. Bash 1,000. Rudy 835. Everyone else is losing. Boston Jimmy throwing the party right now with Jake. Down 2,400 and 2,200 respectively.
2v1 says, I like talkative live tables, not too serious. I respect when the youngsters are calculating all these things, but my approach to the game is, it's always been like that and always will be. I agree. And that's one of the things I love about games at the Lodge. You can see that people are just like this table, they're talkative, and very rarely you're going to be at a table that's not social. So, and part of the game is supposed to be enjoyed, right? We're not supposed to take a long time on every single decision. All right, so back into the action in early position. Rudy opens it up with ace-king suited. Wow. And then TM is going to wake up with the Rockets. Rudy's going to have a couple of decisions here. He can 4-bet it, or he can just play in position.
And just elects to call. Aces versus ace-king. Rudy in very big trouble here.
The case, I don't know if there's a case ace left, but if there is one. Okay.
7-6-3 Skittles.
Check. Check.
And it goes check, check. Good check by TM.
Absolutely.
8 of clubs. Now he's got to put some money into the pot. Start building it. 400. Into 1,600. Rudy says, I'm coming along, even though he's drawing dead. Oh, there's the king.
That's probably just the worst card.
It is a club, so that may TM with the ace of clubs.
King.
Makes the call. Worst possible card on the river for Rudy. Pays off TM. And $3,400 pot goes TM's way.
TM with a smaller size, but he is trying to get a large range of one-pair combos to call. So I don't fault him, and I like that a lot. Remember, that king is going to be an overcard to most of what Rudy's continuing with. So hence the smaller bet. TM gets additional value with his overpair.
I'm shot.
40 out straddle. Fold.
Garza 512 is rooting for TM. TM, let's go. Let's get a double up, please.
TM has a lot of fans, including me. I'm a big fan of TM's.
110.
Always with the same expression.
Scan these cards, please. Fold.
Calls the 105 with King Deuce of Hearts. Over to Jake with Ace 7
Base 500.
clubs. He makes it 500. Back over to Eli with the sixes, who started off this betting. Logan Allen, I'm a fan of the Lodge, just discovered this channel. Thank you, Logan. Tell your friends, and we appreciate you. TM's going to toss this away.
It's going to be really difficult to play with King High out of position.
Yep.
And nice takedown for Jake. Realizes that, you know, button versus blind. Button's going to be pretty wide. Eli with the tight fold, though. Eli could continue there.
So after the stream, Jay Wynn, are you going to go out there to the Lodge cash streets and play a little poker? Or are you going to go home to the little baby?
Unfortunately, I'll have to come home to baby.
All right.
But,
that's okay. Don't, you know, it's not unfortunate. You know, there's plenty of time to play poker. You enjoy your time. They grow up very quickly. You blink your eyes, and my son graduated from the University of Texas 2 years ago. Now,
congratulations to him. Yeah.
You know, but I remember it was, you know, no one ever will say, I wish, you know, I wish I would have spent more time other than with my family. You know, spend the time you need with your family. They're only little once.
That's right. I heard the first 4 years is the most precious. We're absolutely enjoying it. He's such a gem. And I mentioned it before. I'm going to do a lot of cool things in life, and I'm certainly enjoying all the things that I'm working on. But being a dad is just going to be number one.
True story. When my son was 6 years old, we bought him a Xbox. And we bought him some games to go with it. I opened the door one night. He's playing it. He had the World Series of Poker Xbox game going. And I said, what are you doing? He goes, I'm playing Pineapple. 6 years old, playing Pineapple on the Xbox. Love it. Doesn't play poker, though. Here we go to the flop. 8-5 Trey.
Eli's hanging on, but he will have the best hand here. Boston Jimmy's going to have 2 overs with a nut blocker. Boston Jimmy has a pretty good candidate to turn into a bluff if he so chooses. Doug may take the incentive.
Raises it on up to 1,000. Back at you, Eli.
Eli
Makes the
says,
call.
nope. I respect your game, but I know you got bluffs here too.
5 ball, 2 pair now for Eli. Doug has 6 outs, but 2 of them have already been spent, if you will. He's really only got 4 outs, a king or a 10. Another spade there, but Eli.
And I think there's only one size that gets it done.
What's Doug going to do? He's made some great decisions today.
I wouldn't be shocked if Doug brings it all in. Doug is putting Eli on a missed flush draw. Doug could bet small.
2,600, I believe he said. It is.
He's gonna make Eli think about it. Eli looks up to the camera for help. Gets none. It's a good spot for Eli. If he can sniff it out and make a call. Huge praise to him. What do you guys think, y'all? 1 for call, 2 for fold. 1 for call, 2 for fold. What do you guys think Eli does with 2 pairs on this particular board?
There's my vote. I think he's going to find the call.
Me too. I'm a 1. Oh, he's grabbing the chips. What hand takes a check raise on the flop, checks the turn, and bets large on the river? Ooh, that's a sign of agony, but Eli's thinking about it. He picks his chips up again, this time the meaningful chips. Slick Rick, what do you think?
I think he's going to find the call here.
Yeah.
Check on the turn either earns you a really, really a lot more money than you should have gotten. What the fuck?
He's going through the logic.
The line makes no sense. None at all. Which means you probably got it.
Makes
There
the
we
call.
go. Good job, Eli. Wow. Next level stuff.
Well, Doug has made some great plays, and some have worked tonight. This one happened to not work, but it sure made Eli think.
Rest your case.
How much also, Jaywin, was the fact that Doug is so renowned as a poker player? Does that come into it when you're going up against him and he makes a play like that?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, a lot of times when
Can you beat 6 high?
it plays into a fact. I mean, there are guys that you're happy to lose money to, and Doug is one of those guys. He treats everybody extremely fair. He gives the table tons of action, and so whatever you put Doug on, you got to give him a few extra bluffs. And so I don't fault Eli for taking his time, and I'm so happy that Eli made that call. But if Eli made that call and was wrong, Eli would be pretty happy to lose money to Doug because that was a pretty high-level play.
15, right?
Yeah.
Princess of VPIP steps into chat, back from Miami from her girls' trip. Glad you're back, Princess of VPIP. Nakia.
Yeah. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Eli, next level stuff today.
Fold.
I think Eli's running away with the cube winnings today.
Yeah, that was a huge hand from Eli. Pocket nines with an 8-high board. Doug made him think about it.
Call. Heads up.
Heads up. Jake with ace queen. Doug with king 6 of clubs. Jack, jack 5.
Check.
2 spades. No player with a spade.
Jake's going to have a ton. Jake's going to have pretty good showdown value, so he doesn't need to lead on flop. But when the board goes check, check, Jake is going to want to protect his hand. I would have gone the larger sizing, however. The call says he's getting a good price. Now Jake is just going to be able to bet the value here.
500. Fold. Thank you.
$1,700 in the live chat. Just crossing the 5 o'clock hour here in the Central Time Zone. 5:05 p.m. and let's look where we are. We're at 566 likes with an hour and 25 minutes to go until we decide whether we're going to overtime. You need 84 more likes, chat, to get us there.
Fold. Fold.
See you later, Matt Plumley. Have fun in your poker league tonight. And we'll see you on Friday for a little 100-200 action. Friday and Saturday, Lodge Live, bringing you the biggest games. I remember there was a time when we put together a 25-50 game, and we thought that that was going to be the biggest of the big. Now it's just a normal stream for us. Some big streams coming up, including the 100-200 this weekend, both Friday and Saturday, and then 200-400 eventually later this month with Jungleman and Doug heads-up match.
I don't remember. Oh, that's me.
Ooh, Jake gets there on the turn.
Mike Arndt, thank you for subscribing and liking.
450.
Jake makes it 450.
He knows that a jack is never going to get away from this.
Call Vanna White. The wheel of fortune has been made by Jake. Another ace there.
Okay.
So now a 4-liner to the wheel.
Let's see what sizing Jake goes with. Jake knows that a lot of Doug's calls are going to be the middling pairs, and probably his best pair is going to be a jack. But Jake blocks the ace.
2300.
He's going to go with the large sizing anyway and put Doug in a spot. Oh, he goes with an overbet. Okay. Doug's not going to think about it at all.
Adding another 1,000.
Jason, thank you for being here. There's the Lodge camp on a Wednesday afternoon here in Round Rock, Texas. All those are cash tables. We got the Mystery Bounty Tournament going on right now in the back of the poker room, along with the stream.
Slick Rick, what is your favorite day to play cash games at the Lodge?
Who wants to play, right?
Ooh,
Doug's button?
can I say the day that I win?
Soon enough.
No, favorite. I mean, I enjoy the weekends, but like yesterday after the tournament, I played a little bit on a Tuesday. It was fun. I just like when there's a lot of tables going on, which is usually every night.
Yeah.
And you can pick and choose. I actually moved to the. I've been a 1-2 player here at the Lodge for the longest time. I moved up to the 1-3 game recently, enjoying it, trying to navigate those streets. What is your favorite day to play at the Lodge?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Yeah, 100 makes sense.
Every day.
There we go. There we go, Jay Wynn. Given the correct answer as Anthony wakes up with Big Slick suited. Doug with 10-3 suited makes the call. Haven't seen Anthony involved in too many pots. Our
Boston
visitor
Jimmy
from
has
New
a
York.
good- Boston Jimmy's going to have a really good 3-betting candidate.
365.
And Anthony's going to have a pure decision here. And it'll be interesting to see how he structures his bets.
1000. All right. Fold. Should have been there anyway.
Anthony decides
Yeah.
to 4-bet to 1K.
And you notice how his equity went from about 34% to 45%? With a hand like Ace-King, it plays well heads up. You really don't want to go multi-way. So Anthony, what Anthony's saying here is that, hey, I'm near the top of my range. I know that you're going to 3-bet me with a ton of hands. And I want to make sure to keep my range advantage intact when we see a flop.
Makes the call. 2 banana chips into the pot. Those are $1,000 each, folks. Here's the flop.
Ooh.
Jack 10.
So it's not going to be a good board for a 4-better. Anthony should be doing a bunch of checking.
How about a queen here? Queen here would give both of them
Oh,
a
boy.
straight.
Somebody wants blood, and his name is Slick Rick.
Yes. 1,400 is the bet.
This board is excellent for Boston Jimmy. Boston Jimmy should be betting. And he goes with the large size. That's good. See what Anthony decides to do.
Good bet by Boston Jimmy, yes, Doug is part of the ownership group along with Andrew Nemi and Brad Owen, along with a few others, in addition to the original owner of the lodge. So they've kind of created a new partnership of sorts. I believe it was Ethel Rose said the lodge seems like an absolutely stellar poker room. It is, and as of this week, when we opened up the old Lodge Mahal, now called the Austin room of the lodge, and we're going to play the stand-up game. We are now the 5th largest poker room on the planet, and in a month or two, when we reopen the Champions room, we could be the 4th largest poker room on the planet as we add a few more tables. So here's the stand-up game, folks. We haven't come up with a new name for it, so we're calling it the stand-up game. If you win a hand, you get to take a seat. The last person standing pays a $100 tax, a gift to each and every other player. So it's basically, not only are you the last person standing, but you owe $700 in addition to all the other players. Win a hand, take a seat. Round and round it goes. Where it stops.
God damn. Simple game. Simple game to stand up.
Oh, you have to show us it. Show us it, by the way. It's part of the game. It is. No, I'm serious. Oh, you guys don't.
Oh no, you do. Oh, you do.
We have to show the whole hand.
You had me beat. All right.
We've been doing
Okay.
that. Okay.
Just heard from Doug Polk
Every hand.
that says every hand that either he or Boston Jimmy is dealt, doesn't have to win, is dealt a 7 deuce, he is giving away $100 to a viewer. So that's in addition to if he stacks Doug Polk, giving away a $3,000 main event, Lodge Championship Series main event buy-in.
I'll just sell an extra card tomorrow.
In addition to that, if he or Doug gets dealt a 7 deuce, $100 is going to go to one of our viewers today. And what you do is you go to Boston Jimmy's Instagram,
The last one and be like getting back right when I'm ready to win
Rudy.
at Boston Jimmy with 2 Ys. Make a comment on his post today, and you'll be entered to win that. Wow.
Ethel Roast with a kind compliment. If you don't like the lodge, you don't like poker. Yeah. The lodge is contributing so much to poker. I love it here. Lodge is great. All right, so the stand-up game continues. Let's see where we are with the action, but multiple players are going to get involved here.
Jimmy Bluffett, that may be a good one to enter. The pot and squat game. We're trying to find a game other than the stand-up game. I mean, that's like so boring, Jay Wynn.
80.
And forget the Texas stand-up. I hate that when we put Texas. We are in Texas. Of course we're in Texas. There's the 80. So we're figuring out a name for this game.
Elo's not ready.
So Jake already sitting down. Here's the turn. 9 of clubs.
Even Anthony's floating, and you can see Anthony is completely dead with the Phil Hellmuth. But he closed the action anyway. Probably looking for a bluff card, and that was it when he got checked 2 twice. Okay. So as long as Eli stays in the hand, he's gonna get to sit down. Anthony with the large 80% bet realizes that turn and river just went check by the field. Let's see if Eli can put together another good story. Does an ace ever check back turn? Does a 10 ever bet this big? Eli double blocks the nut straight. Eli gives it up. Nice bet by Anthony. It gets through, and it's going to get through. Ooh. that back. I forgot TM has a pair. Nice read, TM.
TM with the pair of trays.
You know, I really like what Anthony did there and float in position, but when it checked to him on a turn, that was his chance. That was his chance.
So there you go. And during that hand, big news, breaking news, we hit overtime. He shoots, he scores from the blue line.
Let's go.
Then again, I was punting pretty hard.
So we will give you overtime today because you earned it.
We're going into some pretty adventurous punting.
Congratulations. And remember what we just heard. Anytime Boston Jimmy or Doug is dealt, they don't have to win. They just have to be dealt 7 deuce.
Already playing defense.
Boston Jimmy is going to give away $100.
Probably not the play in the stand-up game, but I've been shadowing all day, but I was like, you're wrong.
When he turned it over like that, I said, oh shit, he's got it. He looks jacked. Raise 150. Fold. Fold.
Their neck brace, they already got a little whiplash. That's cool.
DQ with the $99 super chat. Sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies in honor of our special guest host, Jaywin. Follow him on Instagram. He has great content. I still want my joke of the day. DQ, thank you for the $99 super chat.
DQ is the GOAT. Thanks, DQ. I miss you, buddy. Hope to grab a drink or something with you when you're in town again, but hope everything is well over where you are.
Everyone's doing for me, dog.
All right. Get some action between Jake and Doug. 3-bet pot.
Deuce tray 4.
Nice low board. Let's see if Doug decides to float here.
Jake already sitting down, feeling nice and happy.
But Jake has all the big pairs remaining in his range.
800.
Reasonable bet. Doug has all the middling pairs in his range. And Doug also knows he's in the cutoff. So cutoff versus straddle, Jake is going to be 3-betting with a ton of hands. He has the incentive to 3-bet. So Doug is going to float the flop. Pretty reasonable, especially when this game is on. Doug's going to look for some help.
Not many.
Doesn't get the help that he needs, but Jake is going to have to decide, is it worth him double barreling?
If it was the purple, it would be the Alex Fairway.
And if Jake double barrels, can Doug float a second card?
2100.
Jake sizes up to 2100 and gets the
There you go.
Jake.
Skull Mike with the $4.99 super chat. Who wants to see DQ in the game this Friday or Saturday? I heard we have an open seat for
I'm
DQ.
adding on 1,500 more.
DQ, we're playing 100, 200. I would like to see it. I know the people of Chatsville would love to see DQ
Doug, what's your exact count?
Turn something.
My exact
and his
30,
impeccable mustache.
47, 49.
Says around 49.
Just gonna needle me? Is that how we're doing?
The Yoda of Chatsville said she didn't put ketchup on her hot dog. We were giving her hell for putting ketchup on a hot dog. She said she had her hot dogs and did not put ketchup on. So there you go. Yoda, we didn't shame you. You eat it. You eat your hot dogs however you like.
Send it. Know how to play this game?
Boston Jimmy takes a seat. Remember, last one standing has to give every other player $100 each. Skull Mike, $4.99 super chat. DQ owns table 11 under the lights. And I just picture Skull Mike pointing at me every time he says table 11. He points at me like I'm a circus
he gives
animal.
No, it's just the alley-oop, you know?
Yeah.
He just lobs the ball to you.
Expects my spike every time. Slick Rick and Jay win today.
Hello, hello.
Doug's still standing. I'm still standing. Yes, Nick from Yuma. He tipped himself, but more importantly, I was on a free roll. Skull Mike with the super chat. I've done that too, so we're even. Jake
with the defense.
Ace Queen suited. Playing the little spoiler here for all the people still standing up. Doug's going to come along with Jack 3 suited. Woo.
Bang, bang. Let's go.
You're playing against two standing players now.
Bang, bang.
They got me. I'm in the middle.
Bash and Doug says we don't want to stand anymore. We're going to play any 2 cards here.
Ace 5-7, couple spades, and Jake smashes it. Thank you, E, for noticing that. Shout out to Elton John.
$7.25. Fold and a fold.
Wow, what a flop for Jake.
Oh, I kind of like that.
I got you. I got you.
Nick from Yuma.
2 against 1. That's tough to play defense against 2.
The Stanley Cup.
How much do you have?
I kind of like that one for the stand-up game. The Stanley Cup. That could be it, Skull Mike. We'll see.
I'll be at 5K.
1,800 people in the live chat. We are officially into overtime. We will give it to you tonight, going on until about 7:30. Another 2 hours of the show.
What do you want him to say?
Sam, in for 10K.
5K-ish cap.
Put up to 5Ks.
Straddle.
We gotta reach. I mean, we gotta straddle. Yeah. Yes, sir. Fold, fold. 150. Fold, fold. Fold. Call. Call. Players.
Let's go, TM. Defense. Defense.
So we're going 3 ways to the flop. TM was the pre-flop aggressor.
Check.
TM's going to make it on the turn.
Check.
It should go check, check, bet, fold, fold here.
$175. Fold.
Defense. All right. You guys are taking on 2 at a time here.
Doug can't find a seat as TM wins another pot. TM having a great day so far.
I like to balance my range.
Yes.
Mark Jeff says he started following Jay Wynn on YouTube last night. Great vlogs.
Mark Jeff, I just released a 3rd vlog as of yesterday. Thank you so much for the kind words. And if you got time, hopefully you check out the 3rd vlog. I think that was my best piece yet. And I look forward to keep on working on it.
I think the vlog that you put out with featuring your stint in the bunker is going to be your best, most highly viewed
Yeah.
vlog ever.
You know what? I got some I got some behind the scenes footage.
I'm talking like Brad Owen kind of numbers.
Yeah. It's a lot I'll do for Brad Owen type of
You
numbers.
get to sit down.
Those are going to be some very fit-looking people that win.
It's poker fitness, you know. You can sell it.
Not as much as Ninja for anybody who gets the reference, but there's a lot that I do.
I've never seen a gymnasium with 82 poker tables, but it would be one hell of a great place to be. Pocket ducks for Jake. Raises to 100. Anthony re-raises to 425. Doug gets out of the way. Kendall Miles, $5 super chat. You shout out my girlfriend Lindsay. It's her birthday, and I got her into poker, and she loves it at the lodge. Lindsay, happy birthday, young lady.
275.
Thank you for the super chat.
So Jake is going to know his 2 pairs is going to be good here some portion of the time. The problem is that with 2 overs, Anthony's still going to have at least 25% equity.
There's the queen.
And Jake is really going to be holding Ron for dear life.
Check it. Check.
Check, check. All right, so a boat for both players.
Check.
Anthony checks.
Close. Check.
And,
Trying to sit down, bud.
and Anthony gets to take a seat.
Not sure if anybody caught that, but Anthony said, I'm just trying to sit down. Queen 6 is actually a 3-bet hand. Button versus big one. So good on Anthony for recognizing that spot.
Especially if it's suited.
All right, guys, new dealer coming in.
All right, so Bellagio Anthony will step out of the box, hand the headset to Damon, the hot dog eating wonder, the tatted one. Going to wipe off the headset, put it on, and deal some cards in the middle of the stand-up game. Doug, Eli, Rudy, and Bash all still standing. 4 players sitting, 4 players standing.
10,040.
I love that stuff.
10,040.
That stuff reminds me of going on vacation in Mexico.
Want to play at the Lodge Live? On the Lodge Live. There's how you do it. Go to lodgepokerclub.com/livestream. Fill out the questionnaire. Or contact Skull Mike directly on Instagram or Twitter at Skull Mike Poker, or Skull Mike at thelodgepokerclub.com. Email him directly. Just don't expect to play the same week that you send him a request. Give him as much time as possible, and he will do his best to get you in.
We'll let you stand back up for $100.
Wait, am I supposed to?
No, you won.
No, it's not good.
So Bash still standing up.
That smells good.
He has a hand. This is a real hand.
Smells like a good reposado.
He's going to play in position for the rest of this hand should someone call. Jack 3 suited was good enough. 8-6 suited is going to be plenty. Doug gets involved, and we're going to go heads up.
Fair fight. Couple standards.
You know, 8-6X would be pretty spicy.
King, King, 4.
But instead, we get King, King, 4.
Oh man, that was all kinds of dead. And 8-6 is
It
face.
goes bet. No, it goes check, bet, and Doug folds.
It was heads up. It was seat 2 and seat 7.
The action tracker is just going to get updated real quick, but Bash finally gets to sit down. So I believe we have 3 more standing
Then it was on the
players.
flop. It was check and then bet of 100.
As we get down to 2 players, it's going to get extra spicy.
Mike Sisto thinks these guys won't acknowledge the great name.
Jim Hammond says, "What's up?"
Jack and I just gave you like.
It's a good name.
$4,000 to hand.
What's up?
Something to feel. Something to numb the pain.
Go home and study a little bit.
What stop stands for
He
stand-up
doesn't
poker.
need to study. You don't try to bluff the fish.
That's good,
a
Mike.
bad idea. You don't try to bluff the
All right.
I don't discriminate who I bluff in when I.
They don't call him the donkey diddler for no reason.
People have been saying it.
Doug wakes up with a hand.
Raise.
Oh,
Fine. 600.
I don't know if Jake's going to defend with a 3.
Was that like the Helmut, like way too big 3-bet?
No, I just see what he's doing there. It would work if I had a hand. It would
Doug
work.
gets to take a seat.
Pretty tough. You wake up with aces and you get 0 action.
You can stand up. All your sizes when you're standing have to be big. You gotta be like, don't fuck with this.
Yeah.
Is it just 2 of us now?
Yeah.
Mike Sisto, the leader in the clubhouse for the new name of the stand-up game.
I gotta start
What's up?
some hands now.
Also,
Look at the cumulative winnings. Eli leading the way with almost 7K. TM and Bash right after.
You just have to stand there. And
And then donating to the table at the moment is Jake and Anthony.
It's a great time to get aces, though. That's for damn sure.
all right, half tilt.
up tilt.
Finally.
One ace.
It's time to get aces.
Yeah.
We should say no leaning on the table. Somebody's going to break our table. They're putting all their weight on the rail.
Breaks when there's
Eli.
how rich. You guys have seen the market today, right? You might want to be here.
Yeah, everybody started this down
Boston
quite,
Jimmy's going to
quite
take the
badly.
lead with Queen Jack off.
Wow.
I think he is. I think he's a safe read.
Eli loves the suited
One
cards.
player to a hand, sir.
3 players to a flop. 8-6-6. Open-ender for TM.
Tag team cat game. Where was
I will
that
not be
from?
sitting down on this hand.
Congrats.
Maestro Matt Sweeney coming through and with a, looked like some fried chicken of some sort.
I said too much anyway.
Big shout out to all the things that Matt has done for this stream. Shout out to all the people running Action Tracker today.
Simple and it's like a simple complex. It's way more comfortable. Because I had like a not playing a hand, but it was like thick. And I hated where I get losing 2,500.
I've lost 500 chasing after the 700. I've already lost like 500 trying to chase after that.
2 players remain standing. Eli and Rudy. Rudy raised to 105. Eli basically going to have to call with anything to see a flop. Let's see what Boston Jimmy does with Big Slick.
It doesn't like rip your finger off.
All the dunks, yeah. Every time I'm flying up, raise it.
You know,
And
when you
Eli
set the tone,
Right, when I'm setting the monstrous block.
folds. So he's still
You know, I'm just bringing
got a
the
chance.
lead, that's
What does Rudy do here with King Queen? He
Dougie
folds.
dunks, what's up?
Dougie dunks, I'll take that.
I got you, Eli.
You got me. Good.
Scotland in the house. I apologize publicly to Scotland for going all in with my 10 high flush in yesterday's tag team event. Had the 10 high flush, got snap called by Jeremy, aka Woody from Toy Story,
I was wondering what happens whenever
with
they
the king
lose
high
one
flush.
time, like, really late in
Had
the
to go
stream,
over, tell
and then
Scotland
It just drags on.
that we were out
Like,
of the
last
tag
week
team
you went
event,
out
7
and,
from
like,
the money.
You just keep going. It's
Keep
like,
going, yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
Pretty quick because people have to fight.
yeah.
I think this is the longest I've seen it last.
They did it like 4 times in one of the streams though, and the stream ended when the last person sat.
Yeah.
And it'd be kind of funny. It's just like, oh, cliffhanger.
Or a little
We'll see you, Eli. Just got to go for it.
But you definitely shouldn't start a game at the end of the stream.
I agree.
Eli does actually wake up with a hand.
Yeah, I was raised at 75.
Looks like the Big Slick is just passing around. Oh, and no defense from the team. Ah, TM looks like he still has cards.
Eli now with Big Slick and hits the ace. Top, don't know what Anthony has.
Actually, just getting up updated.
That's 125.
You're good. I called just because it was a 7 game. I had such a shit hand.
See one bet on the flop. There was a check. Bet 125. Go from seat 4. Then a call.
Rudy is in danger of being the last one standing because Eli has top here.
Trey, I can hear that laugh all the way around the room, man. Anyone in this vicinity. People in the near, anyone in the zip code can hear that laugh.
There it is.
On the flop, there was a check. Bet 125 from seat 1.
What's
Fold
our
from seat
problem
4.
still laughing really loud?
I think they're going to catch up on the action.
Yeah.
I do think the hand's over. Oh, no. I think there might have been a call. Which means that Anthony probably has a hand. That's a piece of the slot.
Catching up on the graphics, folks.
Good. Ready for a turn? Okay. Sorry, y'all. Here it comes.
I could have sworn that Eli had Big Slick.
Oh,
No, Eli is out of this. Okay, so we had it wrong. Sorry about that hand, folks.
At first, I didn't think you were doing it.
But once in a while it happens. Looks like
Yeah.
it's probably just some graphical, maybe some cards got misread and assigned to the wrong players.
But 2 players remain standing in the What's Up game.
One made the bet. Seat 6, 390. So seat 6 holding. So seat 1 won the hand.
If you show Doug your hand, you would not you jam, you see it's in your life. Out of that was amazing.
All right, guys, so we're going to move to the next hand, but just some graphical errors on the last one. The rest of the stream has been going pretty smoothly, so. But there are a couple of more standing players.
What I've been trying to do is block this.
Looks like it's going to go down to Rudy and Eli.
For me, I gotta look at the squares. The table is like kind of. No. All right, straddle 40. All right.
All right, guys, we gotta
Good
pause.
thing you're my boss, boy.
I got you.
Yeah, like boss said so. Okay.
Yeah, that was just on that deal in Pennsylvania when you got him fired, Doug. I got you. If you get fired, I'm going to sort you last year. Like. Famous last words from Doug. I got you. I'll take care of it. I got you. You got fired? You're good. You're good. I got you. What's your name? Who are you?
All in.
All in here for Rudy with the Dolly Parton. And it gets through, and Eli is the last man standing. Puts 7 black chips in the middle, and they'll be distributed evenly between the other players at the table.
But you know what? The guy with all the chips for the night, he can afford to give everyone a small
There
reward.
you go, and that's the stand-up game. Sorry for
I call foul. That was
Urban Farms Project.
should have called. You hadn't done
Sorry about that, but we like the stand-up game every now and then. I think in extreme of 5 hours, doing that for a little bit doesn't hurt anything. So we're going to continue doing it when we want to do it. But thanks for the comment, and we appreciate your view. Absolutely. On to the next hand. Remember, the new nuance in here right now, if Doug or, if the 2 or 3 seat, Doug or Boston Jimmy, just is dealt the 7 deuce, Boston Jimmy, they don't have to win with it, just dealt the 7 deuce, Boston Jimmy's going to give $100 to
I think you're the blender with ace jack.
a viewer.
Run that hand back, give ace jack. See what he does.
You're the 20. You're the 20. I like 40 on.
Leave you on the same page. What? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Jimmy, my buddy
Eddie wanted me to ask you what part of Boston you're from. He's from Boston.
South of Boston.
South Boston.
Eli wakes up with queen 10,
South of Boston.
buck 25.
Not South.
It meant to sound like South of Boston.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, it's a little different. For sure, yeah. So I mean, we raise it 400. So like, we for example, my wife's from the suburbs. One of our security guards. Chicago. My wife's from Chicago. Well, 400.
Here comes
Hey, I'm gonna. I'll grab water.
the call
Like angry. Like how dare I call that?
as Rudy 3-bet to 400 with the jiggities. Anthony calls with his ace-queen suited, and Eli comes along with his queen 10 suited. And we'll go 3 ways to a flop.
3 players.
Ten right in the window for Eli. 2 diamonds for Anthony, and the jacks still leading right now, even though the percentages are with Anthony.
425.
425 is the bet from Anthony. Over to Eli.
Call 425.
Top pair with the queen kicker. Rudy with the jacks. He's got to think he's still good here on a 10 high board. King of spades on the turn. Anthony, a lot of outs.
1300.
Looking for any diamond or an ace or a jack. There's only one jack remaining. The other, and only the ace of hearts. But he does have a lot of diamond outs. Here's the river. Deuce of clubs. And Eli with his 10s is going to win this as long as he stays in. Check, check. Anthony says ace high, and Eli is going to take down a $4,700
That was
pot.
a live read, guys.
Nice job, Eli, hanging in there.
Don't
Anthony
do it.
only has 1 bet there. If he wants to get a 10 to fold,
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
he's going to have to jam it. But with overtime, the night is young. We still got more time, more hands to play.
So yeah, that's
We'll get other opportunities to get it back.
for a flush opportunity.
No worries. We're not worried. We appreciate all the people who make a comment. It's your right to participate in our chat as long as you're being constructive. We will listen.
I don't know if it really would matter.
If I'm holding it, that means it's dog shit. So.
The viewers at home aren't like, damn it. We'll never know if
Yeah, I know.
open folded under the gun +1 in the
He might
hands.
have had a good
The
hand.
raise to 65. I'm sorry. Actions on 1. Raise to 275.
75 is the raise. 275 is the raise with Big Slick. Again, Anthony with the premium hand in the 1 seat. Over to TM. TM's going to get down in the mud here with 7-3 of diamonds.
TM is getting involved.
Queen 6 deuce. Neither player hits any of that, but here's the continuation bet from Anthony. 200.
There's like 2,000 people watching right now. Pretty good, right?
Pretty good, yeah.
What's the most you guys have had? You know?
The first month
All right, so TM's going to go for the float.
before we relaunched,
He's going to look for a check-check, and then he's going to lead the river.
but it was
Pretty reasonable play.
Picked up a bunch of outs now.
oh okay yeah we had Rampage.
Oh, yeah.
And then we also had 1 or 200 game. That one, Rampage.
I played the Canadian with the 2550 with the 100 Shroud.
Yeah.
That had about 10 KO.
So,
That one had a professional play. Rep play.
Brad's with the WPT now.
TM with the 475 bet and a quick call from Anthony. Good call from Anthony.
All right, if Anthony calls turn, he's going to have to call
Oh my goodness.
river.
Look at TM. Runner straight. He had absolutely nothing. Pre-flop, post-flop,
I mean, he's doing great. Like, his
turn, he got a few outs.
Sorry.
Unbelievable. 1,600 is the bet.
TM goes for a large size, and when the front door,
The bet was
when
60.
the front door is raw
Yeah,
bricks,
I remember.
he's really targeting the top of here. You're never really putting your opponent on the three here.
He has that vibe of like, you know in the movie when they show some guy who got drafted into World War II and he's like, I'm going to the Pacific.
Yes,
Like, he's got that charisma of like, I'm coming, but like,
Very nice guy, too.
yeah.
If Anthony makes this call, I wouldn't blame him.
Game's not over yet. No victory left yet.
You want this piece?
But let's see if he can think through what TM's
Trey's
range
my coach.
is in this spot.
Not my poker coach, my life coach.
Never going to guess that.
He doesn't want me to
I don't know.
He's my
Last
life coach.
stream I saw Trey on, he won like 40K or something.
Yeah, he did. That's what happens when you flop sets and turn sets against somebody who already flopped the set.
There's Trey, recent winner of about $30,000 on a stream
Nice night.
about a week ago.
Really nice night.
Sorry, bro.
No, take your time.
Get on the list when you're done.
Toy the Lodge is located in the largest suburb of Austin. If you hop in the car, drive 15, 20 minutes on I-35, you'd hit the capital of Texas in Austin, downtown Austin. So a stone's throw from downtown. Makes the call. TM is going to get paid off. And Anthony can't believe it. TM.
I don't fault Anthony for that call. If you call turn, you have to call river. Otherwise, you should just full turn. Hate to see someone losing money, but TM, really nice float. TM clearly had a strategy in mind. Took advantage of turn, got there on river, and got paid. Nice work, TM.
Wow.
Nice work.
You like it?
I like the flop.
So back to the cumulative winnings. Eli says, I don't want to leave until I get 5 figures. I'm at 9.2K right now. After that, we got TM and Bash with 5.3K and 2K each. At the bottom of the leaderboard, Anthony is down the most. He just lost a pretty big pot and is now down 7.6K. And Jake is also down about 5.6K himself.
And Anthony just got up from his seat. He may be in the bathroom right now vomiting. Can't believe that TM ran him down with 7-3 of diamonds. Runner.
You know what? Sometimes you need a breather, and kudos to him. If you lose a big hand, you step away from the table, regather yourself, and bring your best A game back to the table.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you're gonna get a lot of folds after what you just saw. Just gonna let everything go.
They're saying your mic got lowered. Talk a little
here we
bit.
go.
There we
All right.
go.
Hey, thanks for that, E. How does my mic sound right now, guys?
There you go.
If it's not loud enough, I can just put it in, just stick the mic in my mouth.
10-6-4, a couple hearts. TM again with the double gutter. And just hits a pair now.
So when Bash checks it again, TM's going to know he has the best hand. He can bet for value and or hand protection and should get a fold most of the time. TM really feeling himself right now.
Hell
really
yeah.
good play.
That 3-7 is legendary. The 3-7 rundown.
Live 40.
E. McKinsey says, I think I got spoiled with a Shure mic. Yep. E and I vlog with the Shure mic at home. I love Shure products. Great mics.
I'll take our stuff. We do good stuff. Good products, good equipment here at the lodge. And we've got some of the best cameras in the business. Each of those
the streams look
cameras.
so good. Like I was so excited for you guys to come back, and when I saw the first stream, I was like, this is a nice improvement.
We have 4 cameras that each cost more than my first car, J-Win. And we're only going to get better. That's the thing, folks. If you're having a little challenges right now with this, that, and the other thing, stick around because we still got a lot of things that we're going to bring to you in our new state-of-the-art studio coming soon.
I see some action here. So Jake just closes the action with Ace-King, and it's going to be somewhat of a flip. Jake's going to flop the overpair. Definitely has to bet his hand for protection. TM's going to float with 2 overs. A jack would be a little spicy. A king, and gets there right on the turn. I think someone said in Chatsville, classic TM. Poker's easy when you just know what's coming, huh? All right, so when the turn goes check, check. TM's going to go for value.
TM checks it over.
Jake can go for value here, and he's just going to get right into it.
Quick call, and TM is on fire right now.
Yeah, Jake went for the 2x oversize and forcing, tens to think about, tens and eights. And generally, people don't check back their top pair. And that's the reason why, I don't think enough live players do this enough, but you got to have a good check back range. And interestingly enough, TM got max value.
The neck asks about parking at the lodge. We have hundreds of parking spots in our parking lot. It does get crowded sometimes, but always a place to park. So have no fear. It's a huge shopping center.
Your effective stack should be 5,000? Okay.
And there's plenty of parking, and it's all free parking. Just don't park in front of another store that says don't park here, because then it wouldn't become free. Then you get towed, and it creates a lot of problems. So there's a few spots you can't park here, but they're clearly marked.
It's gonna be weird reeling back. Yeah, he's in for another.
I have 5 pair. Yes.
Yeah, it's just like
You're not gonna be able to keep track of it. Yeah.
wow, there's a lot of money out there. 500.
Raise it, 500.
How often do you get to raise and there's money in front of every single person? Like, look, it's like a sea of money.
Yeah, there's money for that.
I like the speech.
Good speech. Yeah, good speech, dog. Good speech.
Join us at the lodge. what a promotion.
Doug raised to 500 with King Jack suited.
You got about 5K to start, Doug, or no? Yep. All right, that's cool. That's cool. I got you.
4,500. 4,800, something like that. 49.
Yeah. Raise it. 1580.
Jake knows that his king, queen offsuit hand is going to be really difficult to play out of position. He doesn't want to give up his net and range advantage. It's going to go for the 4-bet. Rudy and Anthony are going to find a really difficult time to call because they don't know what Doug is going to do behind them. So my guess is they're both going to give up the hand, and it will be interesting to see what Doug does when it folds back to him.
1580 total, yes.
3-bet to 1600. Doug is going to make this call.
So when Doug makes this call, the pot's going to be approximately 3-something, 3-4. Doug has 1 bet left. Doug's SPR is 1-1, so in theory, Jake is just jamming. Jake double blocks. Jake blocks some ace-X combinations, like ace-king, ace-queen, that will play it the same exact way. And Doug has a whole bunch of smaller pairs. So Jake gets it through. Now he does bluff with the best hand, but could have been an interesting play on different boards.
You didn't need that backdoor flush?
I mean, it was a pretty big bet when we had to close for like half my set. Pull my turn a flush draw.
That's what I would do.
Flush draw, straight draw.
That'd be a hard throw.
That's my play.
Do a little short stacking. That's a cheese for the seat. There you go.
That's why we don't call him Dougie Backdoor.
There could be other reasons to call him that.
Look, I missed my straddle.
Still better. Still better.
Still way better. Way better. Yeah, way better.
Don't forget, folks, Friday night and Friday afternoon and Saturday afternoon, 3 p.m. Central Time, here at the Lodge Live on the YouTube, we will have 100-200 Hold'em featuring Doug and a host of other folks. 100-200 Hold'em this Friday and Saturday. Ace 9-10, couple of diamonds, pair of aces for Bash, pair of tens for Jake.
I was a straddle.
Whatever. Blind straddle.
$60 more. It was 100, 100, 100.
I'm not berating you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You see this people
I'm
berating
just
me as
saying,
own club.
with moves like that, you're going to be a contender in the BPI Tours.
I'm done. The last time.
Table better.
Queen of
No,
diamonds.
it's not berating. I'm
No.
complimenting you on your... Oh, my God.
Wow. He's like Phil Hellmuth, where he doesn't know that he's berating everyone.
Yeah. Help me.
Jesus. Tough crowd tonight. One thing I've noticed...
A little bit of kneeling going on at the table. Love to see it.
People's empathy for you when you're getting crushed is just zero. Like, I've been down $20,000 on the table chanting for my opponent to win as I'm all in. Just chanting, club, club, oh, everyone's like high-fiving. It's like, God,
I was in this game. It was great.
No, Slick Rick.
I was like, oh my God.
At some point, we need to cheer for Doug more.
Doug got him like 5.
I mean, I cheer for Doug. I cheer for the. I find myself cheering for the underdog in the hand, whether that be Doug or somebody else. I want the river to make a difference.
I gotta tell you, every single table I've played on with Doug, we do typically cheer for him when he loses, or cheer when he loses. You gotta, but you know what? It's okay when a rich, wealthy guy loses a little money to the common people. Doug is great though. Obviously, Doug is saying all of that in jest. He's absolutely a gem to play with at the table. Is always positive, gives great action, and accepts needles graciously, gives them out eloquently, and gives it to himself sometimes. It's again just one of the best guys you can play with at the table. Eli takes down another small pot.
You know, I have no idea how rugby works.
3-betting ace-5. Eli's game has transformed so much in the past year. I mean, you'd love to see it. Really big kudos to Eli. If you guys don't know, he has a very cool corporate job. Don't want to talk too much about that, but he plays a lot with us, and it's really cool to see his game improve so fast over the past year.
That's a cool game too, Ultimate Frisbee.
I can't tell if you're being serious or not.
No, it's cool.
I mean, we're talking about rugby, and you're talking about ultimate frisbee. That's like apples and oranges.
Some of the catches they make are pretty insane.
All right, so the 40 is on. It folds around to Eli, and the cutoff with pocket fours.
But like, I want to buy in for more, but I only have bubble gums or whatever we call this.
Pretty big, meaty raise.
Well, can I swap you this for this? Yeah.
And it looks like it's going to get the folds, all the folds through.
And then for roughly 12,500 now, I don't know if they. Okay. Thanks, man.
Yep. So your effective stack is back to 5,000? Okay. Y'all get that in blue?
Guys, his own club and literally takes chips off the table.
I had the chips. It's like a.
Yep. Sounded real defensive over here.
Slick Rick and Jay win in the bunker today. Skull Mike will be back on Friday.
All right, life 40.
Tune in early on Friday. There might be a special little bit of technology we have. We're going to try something out. Hope it works. And if it does, it's a game changer for our show.
Straddle 40?
Straddle 40, yeah.
So Eric has a good question, Slick Rick. More of a comment. It would be good if you showed VPIP winnings and chip count, essentially more data regarding the hands. Any comment on that?
Chip count we got rid of because it really means nothing. A tournament, it means a lot in a tournament. It means nothing. More cumulative winnings is what we're worried about in a cash game, and we want to limit the stats. We think VPIP and cumulative winnings, where cumulative winnings runs about twice as much in the visible, in your camera visible as much as the VPIP. So that's how we've decided to do it. Really, if you think about it, cumulative, chip counts in a cash game, you already see their chip counts every time. Right by their name, you see how many chips they have. So we don't have to constantly put that.
Raise. That is now 1475.
But good question. Justin T. Took me a while, but I just noticed Jake's hat doesn't say Titleist. There you go.
All right, Slick.
Chuck, stack sizes are right there. Look on the screen right there by Jake. You see that 9,000? That is his stack size. So they're up literally every hand. We put stack sizes by every player.
I don't think Rudy's taking this long to fold, so we might get another action hand here.
All in. Have a call. All right, let's see him, boys.
Rudy with the relevant king blocker, jams all in and gets a call. Let's see what's on the flop. Oh, wow. All right, top set against straight.
Wow,
we got 2 outs and 2 outs only. Jake has approximately 20% equity. He has about, 10 outs or something?
There's the 8.
Not get there.
Wow. Flop straight for Rudy. Gets there. And Jake flopped the set.
That was irresponsible gambling.
And Rudy is doing the old belly rub.
Did you hear what he said? We got to put that on a T-shirt.
That was irresponsible gambling?
Yeah.
See what happens.
I was about to go back to it.
Oh, I love poker.
Hey guys, we're doing overtime. We're open till 9.
Oh, Phil Shea. Don't get me wrong, that was a punt. But he does have a relevant king blocker in a blind versus blind setup against a very aggressive player. Jake has a lot less pairs than the normal four betting range. But Jake did have a hand this time, and unfortunately runs right into a flop straight. Ouch.
Huge pot for Rudy.
Razern is saying I'm puking right now. DQ with his infamous Max Payne. One time only.
Skull Mike says the old Chi-Town cat belly rub. That's right. Haven't seen a belly rub like that since the White Claw Warrior graced this very show.
Nova Poker Player says made for TV flops. Yeah. You know what? That's the type of flop where you can really draw out the turn and the river, but that would have been a great one for tournament poker. You know what I mean? When you're down to the final table, you can draw that one out for a long time.
It was kind of anticlimactic because they were, Rudy was all in, so it was just turning rip.
Oh, yeah. I meant like just slowing it down.
Oh, yeah. Cumulative winnings, so you see Eli up 9,300, TM 6,800.
It's an action game. I love it. I love it when the money moves. You know what's really cool about this game? You can actually be down 7K and have a shot at being positive.
Of course.
Because everybody plays. People don't lock down their stacks. I mean, everybody's here to battle. And that's really, really enjoyable about this game. Versus, a game where maybe you're down 1,000 and you're like, you know what, money's not moving. It's going to be really hard for me to enjoy the rest of this game. But look, if you're up 9K right now, you can lose a big chunk of that. And if you're down 7K, you're at a good table to make part of it back. And these players know it.
Somewhere in Michigan right now, Skull Mike is on his hotel bed watching the stream with 2 little plates of sushi and some chopsticks. Skull Mike, safe travels back to Lodge headquarters.
That's funny. You see Jimmy Bluffett's comment?
Yep.
We call King 10 the taxi cab.
Yep.
Because it always sends someone home.
Yeah.
We get another blind versus blind action, but looks like everyone's going to fold. TM's going to look down at 6-2 off. He knows that he's the... Yeah. Doug's just going to raise with a ton here. That was a double straddle.
10-7 deuce. Fair ducks for TM.
Doug is going to do a ton of checking here.
Doug with the wheel draw now.
Okay.
Bunch of outs. Ace 5 or 3 will do it.
Doug just pays the bet, takes his pot out to the river.
There's the ace. Doug will win this pot as long as he stays in. Shows the ace and will take down the pot. $1,600 in the live chat. We want to appreciate every one of you who's tuned in today. We've got about another hour and 20 minutes of our show. We'll be back again on Friday and Saturday for a little 100, 200. Appreciate everybody's patience on that 1 or 2 hands where we're having a little trouble with the action tracker. What we're doing, folks, is we're training a few people to work. We've got so much interest in the Lodge employment group, the people of the Lodge that work here that want to be part of this show, and we're training different people in different parts of the show. So that's what was going on that 1 or 2 hands there, that we were a little slower, but appreciate your patience. Dominic Tang says greetings from the UK.
Well, hello, Dominic.
King 9-5 Skittles. Pair of 5s for TM. 8s for Jake. Queen of diamonds.
I've been lifting consistently for a few months, and like my diet was like pretty good. Now it's like time to like.
Checks twice. Jake is going to want to go for some hand protection. Although 8 is going to be a little dicey.
Start
Obviously, he's going to get through it here.
Yeah, I'm tired. Long days too.
TM may elect to make another call.
My lunch today was like roughly 900 calories.
But he folds.
White grilled fish, avocado, like very light dressing. Actually, I'm not sure if I did this tonight, but it'll be something like, for example, last night it was like a Mexican street corn dish. It was like very little.
Anyone out in Chatsville planning to make it to the Lodge for the remainder of the Lodge Championship Series? Let me know which event you're planning to come to. It's through the 23rd of this month. We've got a main event still. We've got the second Mystery Bounty tournament just started today. I think there's 8 flights in that. A super high roller event, all sorts of fun. A ladies event. Check out our website for all the information. Still, the inaugural Lodge Championship Series off to a resounding start a week in. Margaret, thank you for that comment.
Patrick says volume is down on you guys' mic again. Hopefully it's a little bit better. I just changed my mic placement.
Skull Mike says he's planning on returning to the Lodge. Yoda of Chatsville says she's planning on playing the freeze out on the 18th. Go get him, Yoda. You know I'm cheering for you. Nothing more that I'd like to see than Sharon Barth bink a tournament. King, Queen, 7. Straight draw for Boston Jimmy and TM with the Queens. Straight draw also for Bash. Dutch lad watching from the Netherlands. We're huge in the Netherlands. There's another cowboy. There's the 10 ball as the Jack 9 gets there.
Wow.
Bash.
Jam's going to go probably for a blocker. It's a little bit big of a bet. He's going to lose to better queens. Better 2 pairs. Some straight combinations that he's got there.
Yeah, Bubba, if you made it to Dallas on business, it's a little bit of a drive, but it can be done, obviously. It's probably 2 hours and 45 minutes. 3 hours, somewhere in there. Probably from the Lodge to downtown Dallas is, I would guess, 185 miles.
Talahorn has a membership question. Can you play at the Lodge if you're not a member? Say, for example, traveling and stopping in. Yep. There are tons of traveling people every day to Austin.
We have weekly memberships, so you can get weekly, monthly, or annual memberships. So absolutely yes. If you're just coming in for a day, you can get a weekly membership, and we'll make it work. It's once you're a member, you can play cash for $10 an hour. That's what these folks are paying right now. There is no rake. Tournaments are a little different. You still have to be a member, but all you're paying is the door fee and an entry fee. But for the Lodge Championship Series, you just go straight to the cage and pay whatever's advertised as the buy-in, and it's already figured in to your door fee. So that's how it works here at the Lodge. We'd love to have you come play. We've got a lot of people who come here just for a day or two a year. Some come every day. Jack 7, 2 pair for Anthony with the Gretzky hand. Jimmy, if you win that, we are not going to the Sizzler. I've got another steakhouse to introduce you to. The Sizzler. Give me a break.
425.
425 is the bet from Bash. Kanya, good suggestion. We realize the red is a little hard to read. We're still playing with the graphics. We think we've almost got it, but thank you for that suggestion. Over to Jake.
So Jake is going to float one.
He's going to raise it.
So here's the thing. Bash doesn't have a lot of jacks in his range. And does Jack ever raise? Jake picks up that notion and gets everyone a fold when he has the worst hand.
The absolute worst hand.
Yeah. Nice pickup.
This is very good.
On a dry board like that, jacks are just never raising it.
Never going to raise.
So he picks that up pretty quick.
They're never going to bet, is what you're saying. There's your cumulative winnings. Anthony down $8,000. He's currently throwing the party. Jake down $5,900. Doug is down $3,300. Boston Jimmy down $2,100. And look at Eli, hovering around the 9,100 mark. TM.
You'd love to see it.
TM up 5,800, and he did that in about 20-minute run where he was absolutely en fuego. Highlighted by the runner straight draw against
Don't
Anthony.
Like inviting me back. Let's just say that.
That's what I like to hear. He does a good job with the lineups.
No,
He does. Much better job than some rounds where it's all fucking grinders and we show up and like, what the fuck am I doing here?
It's a good mix.
Lancer Nut 34 says, I love the no rake, honestly. It's the best way to do it. Absolutely. Because players get to stay in the game much longer.
And it's tremendous value. People who play poker understand the value of a $10 an hour versus a rake game. It's not even close.
Yeah. And all the service people get treated way better. Dealers get treated really well because now you can afford to tip better. And everybody benefits in the card room. So from players to the team members at the lodge. It's great. I think if you live in Texas or you get to play poker in Texas right now, it's just the absolute nuts.
Skull Mike was getting some love from the players, saying that he puts a good game together. I tend to agree. Mike is an all-star game producer. I don't know what we call him. Game put together, game manager. I'll call him the game manager. He does a fabulous job of putting it together. Queen of Hearts on the river. So 2 pair. Eli's going to get there as he throws his cards on the table.
You had an 8 more.
Thank you.
Don't know the answer to that, heavily medicated. There's the lodge cam showing all the cash tables going on here on a Wednesday early evening, 6:18 p.m. There's the VPIP for tonight. Jake leading the way, as we would imagine, 42%. TM right behind him at 36. Rudy down 12%. 12% more than a dead man.
He's just choosing his spots, like King 10 off.
Rudy told me to be hard on him. He said, please be hard on me today. So that's me being hard on him.
Raise it. There's the 120 now.
So button versus blind. TM raises with 4-3 off. Anthony 3 bets. TM thinks about his options. And is going to wait for another spot.
This is the medium.
That's a medium?
The medium.
Wow.
It's a large for you. Me, I'm making it.
I'm surprised your arms fit.
Want to play at the lodge? There you go. There's how you do it.
What's funny is I have a blue shirt.
Peter,
the blue shirt is feels smaller than the black shirt.
You know, you're asking what we think of Phil Hellmuth's behavior lately. I personally am about Phil's age. I think he's got me by a year or two.
So they don't.
And the thing I don't agree about that whole situation is not. I don't think he. I definitely don't think he angled on that stream, but I do think he berated players, and he does that every time he plays on TV. And I think it's getting old, and his apologies just don't mean anything anymore. That's my opinion. I really like him. I obviously he's one of the best poker players, tournament players ever. But his behavior of berating players is just unacceptable. Think about this. If you're a player and you save all year to go out to enter a tournament that he's in, and you sit down at his player and you beat him in a pot and he berates you, this is maybe your one chance ever to play in a tournament of that size, and he's making you uncomfortable. I say enough of that. Too many people just accept it. So there's my opinion. Yo 1100 from Bash with ace 10.
I concur with that, Rick.
You should have negotiated.
Let me get a 4 on stream table, please.
I would say,
Well, medium or small, let's put it this way. I mean, look at this shirt.
I mean, that medium is going to be really tight on my gut. It's going to be really tight. If the medium doesn't look obscene, then I'll go to the small. It doesn't look ridiculous.
That works.
Yeah, it's got to look ridiculous, because otherwise it's not
Can we
working.
get a 4 on the stream table, please?
So we got maybe our first ever floor call on a stream game. Let's listen in.
Weird request.
Could you have skipped him, though?
Weird request by the table. Can we get a medium polo
I was just
shirt?
butting last time.
For who? No, for him. Oh. This is a medium. So that's how it was all sparked. So can we get a medium polo shirt?
Are you trying to compare yourself to Damo?
Yeah, I want to see who's bigger. I want to see
Wow.
Let's get a tape
The
measure
button
out.
was in the wrong spot.
What
Okay, hold on.
such an
Let me check
important
with him.
floor
I was
call.
button last hand.
Yeah, I haven't put out my single.
The button is in 8. It's in 8. Okay, my apologies, y'all.
Okay, so you're the 10.
And you are the 20.
So I have a t-shirt. I have a t-shirt of
This
this.
one here.
That's 20.
No, this is mine.
That was yours. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll go 40.
Okay, sorry
So I
about
have a
that, y'all.
t-shirt underneath this. Do I need to wear it over the t-shirt?
I was confused with polls.
Take it off the t-shirt? Okay.
Skin tight. Take
Perfect.
it all off.
Yeah. And if the medium's not obscene, I'll get the small.
There you go.
I mean, I'm going to earn it at least.
Make it fun.
Yeah, I don't want to look.
Have you seen the TNT crew's been having Chuck dress up as like they've been having Chuck dress up as like as what players were wearing in the post game?
Oh, I haven't seen
You haven't seen that?
Raise the 125.
Sounds amazing.
They had Chuck come out in what Tyler Hero was wearing in the post game. It was pretty funny.
That's awesome.
And so now we got the
That's
same.
that's the only watchable sports show.
Oh, it's so good.
It's like compared to everything else.
So good.
All right, so let's catch up with the action. Folds around to TM. TM raises with Ace Queen off of
Acho and,
hijack.
Marcellus Wiley, I think it's called.
Jake smooth calls on the button.
Get the small.
It looks like we're going to go heads up to a flop very shortly.
We're making a bet, so let's get the small.
Yeah.
Can he breathe in that?
That's good. Are we going to do this?
Is there a V-neck?
That guy
Really need your board.
Richard.
TM has a couple of different options. We're going to go check, and we're going to see it.
What kind of hotel is this?
A good one?
TM's going to lead out with a bet, and it should go fold.
Can't stop rewatching that. Too good.
TM cracking 10K stack. He's going to stay above 10K for now. K-Rob says he's impressed with my announcing chops. Sub to my channel. K-Rob, thank you so much, man. I don't belong in the same sentence as Slick Rick and Skull Mike, but it is really fun, and it's great practice for being in front of a camera and doing vlog work. But thank you so much for subbing to my channel. Working on it, and looking really forward to doing fun stuff on the vlog in the future.
Oh yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. I'm definitely gonna go with the extra small.
Brendan Clark, can you explain the no-rake deal compared to hourly? I think I understand your question, Brendan. In short, they're not taking anything out of the pot. So, for example, if you and I played a $100 pot and you won, you get the full $100.
I'm way distracted.
In terms of fees, when you walk out of the card room, you're going to get a bill, and they're going to charge you $10 for an hour.
Yeah, you're making my dreams come true.
In terms of how that works as a customer player, it's heavily advantageous.
I'm kind of like the male poker bunny.
Much cheaper to play poker here than anywhere else in the country.
I'm the male poker bunny.
Hopefully that answers your question. Let us know if you missed the question.
Show us your chips! Show us your chips!
Yeah, if you think the average hold'em table around the
country
country gets about 30 hands an hour, let's say. Let's just put it like 25 hands an hour, and they're taking $5 out of each pot. That's $125 that's coming off the table every hour. In the lodge's case, if you're playing 9-handed, first of all, no money's coming off the table, but effectively $90 is going to be paid by each player to the house each hour. So right there on the back end, so right there, money stays on the table, and it's much, much less than would have come out of the table. So, and that's based on 25 hands an hour. It's normally more than that.
Raise it to 50.
Timothy Murphy got some rare time to play at the tables. He's in for 200, out for 700. Congrats, Tim. Congrats, Timothy.
Worth every penny.
Does he need help getting it on? Yeah. You had a hilarious.
What level of
Little few words need to be spoken.
Does Eli need a medium or a large?
No, because it's like a girdle. It's like this thing is skin tight. If I breathe, I'm gonna rip it up.
Trying to think about where I want to take this.
I think Eli needs to go with the large.
Yeah, this thing is just ridiculously uncomfortable. Oh my god!
I think there was a prop bet.
Well, he's going somewhere, and he wanted to represent the lodge, so the lodge is giving him a polo.
But I can't imagine him intentionally requesting an extra small.
He does not need a medium.
Hey, I'm an attorney. I'll do fucking anything. I have no shame whatsoever.
I gotta test his limits now.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think this thing was going to go over. This thing is so rip-roaring tight.
You look like one of those Pillsbury dough.
I'm having a hard time breathing.
All right, Slick Rick. Thomas Goldman says, call the Texas stand-up game the Round Rock Stretch.
That's a good one. We'll see. Meanwhile, Eli just said he thinks he can't breathe anymore. I'm not saying that shirt is tight, but if he moves quickly, it could rip.
You're going to go viral, but not for the right reason.
I'm gonna be watching right there.
2 pair for Rudy, but the wheel for Jake. Please don't show the rear view, Sharon says.
So Jake has a very disguised straight. And Rudy bets when check 2. Jake's going to be able to get it all in. We're going to let the hand play out, guys. But this might be a big one.
All in.
I don't know if Rudy can get away from this.
Rudy got him earlier in a big double up. Jake's trying to get it back.
Rudy put himself in a really tough position with the overbet. But they're going to catch the action tracker up. And Rudy's going to have to think, are there worse hands that he can beat? He loses to sets, he loses to straights, including flop straights like 7-6, some random ace deuce, obviously all three sets that would be in Jake's range, and that would play it the same exact way. You're blocking top two pair, so you discount worst two pairs that would be playing the same way. 5-4 never does this. 5-3 never does this. Random pairs with aces and jacks never does this.
Let's listen and see what he's saying.
You know I'll do something stupid.
No, it's not good. Like Ron Burgundy, I immediately regret this decision.
Small was a bad choice.
Yeah, small was a poor choice. It needed to be. Medium was not going to be ridiculous enough. It definitely needed to be small.
Chatsville says it's never a bluff.
What'd you say? I think people bluff when someone overbets, especially the guy who just jammed king 10. Pocket sixes. 5-6. Sorry guys, I got something stupid and put myself in this situation.
Tough spot for Rudy.
I'll never call a block on anyone who's fucking ever. Because like I'm always like when you sleep in this spot, I'm always like TV. I always feel that I played a game 5-6 years ago.
It's 14K
Taking a
pot.
long time. If we had our soundboard, we'd say, today, Junior.
It's potential for a 14K pot, so the table will respect them, but I'd be surprised if someone doesn't call a clock in about another minute tops.
Take a clock. I have two pairs.
Ooh, he almost reached for chips. Surprised that we haven't heard anybody at the table call clock yet. It has been going on for a while.
Rick, do you think the hand is still going on right now?
It is a 30-minute delay.
Because if it is, someone needs to call a clock.
Yes. He's about to toss it in, then puts it down.
Plus, you just gave me 35.
He tosses it in. Good fold, Rudy. And
Nice
Jake
fold,
is going to take it down.
Have anything?
What an action card. That was a big one.
Spot if I did, or
11K.
spot if I didn't, right?
Do you have anything?
Good spot if I did, good spot if
Stop playing coy, Jake. You know if you had or not. This isn't rounders. You don't. Sorry, Johnny, or whatever. No, you know you fucking had.
Sorry, Doug.
Luckily, it's a stream, so they're gonna get to know.
I'm interested in seeing that hand.
Broken TV says, show the king of spades. I absolutely agree. King of spades would have been the spicy card to show.
Well, you're going to
Good
see a
call,
lot of it,
sir.
so you're going to see an awful lot of it.
Divine Gunna.
Like right now, you're going to see it.
Yeah, getting a nice taste.
Yeah.
Jake wins another one.
What do they call that, a muffin top?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got the whole tray of fucking muffins over here. Not just one.
Eli's always good about poker finding himself. Just super enjoyable guy to play with. Life to date, I am down so much against Eli.
I need a little bunny here.
It's interesting. That was a question that Mike was asked. Name the player that basically has held over you the most.
I think of two, and they're both very close to us in proximity. One is DQ in the chat room, and the other one is those two players, like to date, are amongst the leaders
Nicknames I got, there's so many nicknames to go with right now.
who have taken the most money from me.
Got about another 50 minutes or so of this stream.
Anything else, as you know.
And then we will be back on Friday for a little 100-200 action. Friday, 3 p.m. Central. Skull Mike, Slick Rick will be in for that one. And then on Saturday, we'll do the same thing. There you see the cumulative winnings. Eli up to 9,400, TM 5,900, Bash 2,600. Everyone else is losing. Anthony currently throwing the party right now in seat 1, down 8,100.
I want to see a 10-bagger. Eli's the closest. Would love to see someone leave with 5 figures.
Most money you ever won in a cash game session?
Me?
Yes.
What's the home court?
I've had 28K 3 times, and a few days ago I had 30-something. That was the biggest one.
There you go.
That was the biggest one.
Daddy Deb with the 1999 Super Chat. Under the lights. 7 days away. Daddy Deb, thank you for that Super Chat. Really appreciate it. Where has Heisenberg been? I saw him the other day. He said he's going to come back and play a lot more. He had some challenges in his personal life there. 9-4 Jack, but shout out to Heisenberg. Alejandro, I asked you what you've the most you ever won in a session. Do you care to share your biggest losing session? You don't have to.
I've lost 25K, which is my stop loss. I've lost that 4 times in the past 2 years.
Oh, and that's when you go home and ask the wife for just a big hug.
Yeah, 2 vlogs from now, I have some raw footage of that. It's going to be interesting. But it's part of the game. Yeah. You're never going to win a lot of money unless you're scared to lose a lot. Unless you're willing to lose a lot of money.
There's our friend James Stewart walking away with some coffee there. Jimmy Stewart walking from the back half of the lodge room where the tournament's going on to the front half where he's playing a little cash. Hello, Jimmy Stewart.
Brunson hasn't been good this series.
Raise it 100.
Dirk was the same way.
Yeah, well, they
The
got him help.
Pelicans until game 5. It's like, wow.
There you go. Jaywin being extremely
Raise to 100. 100's the bet.
honest and
Pelicans
transparent.
were going to win that series.
Yeah, he was getting a little carried away.
Yeah.
Doug, C2.
You're not going to be one of those vlogs that only shows your winning sessions, are you?
Nope. I'm going in order. I will never. Here are things I'll fully commit to. I'll never lie about my results. If I film it, I'm going to edit it, and I'm just simply going in order right now.
But when you edit a painful hand that you may have misplayed, maybe you didn't misplay, maybe it was just a lucky draw from somebody.
Yep.
Is it painful to edit it, relive it again?
Oh, for sure. You know, you lose you lose 10K in a pot. Try to win back $100 off of that YouTube AdSense money. That's probably the worst needle. Just spend 10, 20 hours editing a video and then getting $100 back.
Dad's a huge NFL fan, big Cowboys fan. So like, he'll just turn on the on.
I think his poker's great. I try to relive. I do relive the experience over after all of my big sessions. I go over all of my hands, and sometimes you see. I mean, that's how you grow as a player. You can't be scared. You can't be afraid to face your mistakes heads on and try to get better from it. It's all good. You all make mistakes in hands.
You're the owner.
I got 4 over here. I'm glad I didn't swap.
I don't know about you.
Raise it 125.
I like it.
I know.
So, like, feeling in your fingers?
I believe this hand Doug straddled
Breathe. I have no feeling in
before.
my fingers. Both my arms are asleep.
Eli raises to 125, back over to Doug with 9 deuce of diamonds.
Doug is battling.
There's a deuce in the window. Eli continues, makes it 80. Doug, quick call. Another deuce. Doug has locked this one up. Trips now. Ten of spades, so Doug's...
Let's see what sizing Doug decides to go with.
$425.
He's gonna pot it. Not sure how many hands Eli's gonna have in his calling range. Unless he spike that 10. So Eli's options are gonna be to fold or to raise. He's never gonna win just calling it with ace high in this specific spot. Looks like Eli's gonna let it go.
Doug will win that one. Hossein Paknahad with the $20 super chat from TRY. Don't know what TRY is, what currency that is, but thank you for the super chat. Says, get Tony G to the lodge, please. Hey, if you see him, tell him we welcome him.
Or red.
I'd love to hear on this stream.
That was an easy transaction.
Get on your bike.
No. Ace high.
Thank you, though, for the super chat.
I know. Like my ace high was good.
Did we answer this question already from Alejandro? Are we ever going to see G-Man on a
I
stream
mean,
break?
Doug had a great podcast with Garrett, and I believe they are friends, so I believe it could be possible. I know on the last podcast with Daniel Negreanu, earlier this week on Sunday. The last part of it was, what's it going to take to get you to the lodge? And Daniel was open to it after the World Series. So, yeah, who knows? But I know Doug, it's trips now for Jimmy. But I know Doug and Garrett are friends, so it could happen. Nothing to report, though, officially.
Raise 200.
Doug's just going to run into it. Jimmy only has one option here. He should just move call. There's a chance we're going to see a big pot.
Don't know what Doug has.
Action card.
Now it's a flush draw. Goes along with its trips for Boston Jimmy. Check, check. These two played a hand earlier where we couldn't see Doug's cards. $280 is the bet. About half pot. Makes the call. Shows the trips. Don't quite know what Doug had on that hand.
Nines again. Seems that way.
This is on a 30-minute delay, so what we're watching literally happened 30 minutes ago.
Good night, bot.
No, it was a call. It was it was a check, bet 280, call for 280, and then showdown.
I actually have seen that.
I love theirs. Like,
Kendrick Lamar fans in the house? Oh, yeah, me too.
They're really good, yeah.
Who's the other guy?
Emmanuel Acho?
You ready for the set?
Jack's like black.
Yeah, always dressed real nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, that's a good duo.
Eli with another hand.
Raise is 75.
Boston Jimmy with a calling hand.
Watching your chest.
Queen 8 tray.
Both players gonna flop air. Eli has range advantage and can bet if he'd like. Takes it down.
Sims Lodge is located in Round Rock, Texas, the largest suburb of the capital city, Austin, deep in the heart of Texas. If you're flying in, fly into Austin Bergstrom International Airport. There you see the cumulative winnings. Eli up 9,300. Anthony down 8,200. Everybody else in between. 3 winners today, Eli, TM, and Bash. If you want hotel near the lodge, there's probably 100 hotels within a 5-mile radius of the lodge. Just get anything in North Austin or Round Rock and you should be good. We've got several hotels on our website that we have special arrangements with. If you choose one of them, you might even get a discount.
75.
Check our website for hotels near the lodge. But anything North Austin or Round Rock, and you will be plenty good to get either a short Uber ride or, if you rented a car, a short drive to the lodge. Andrew and Brad will be doing their next meetup on May 22nd. They will be doing a meetup game with Doug. So if you want to play, they'll go from table to table, and I'm sure we'll have a ton of people here because that's smack dab still in the Lodge Championship Series days. That's May 22nd for the Brad Owen, Andrew Nemi, and Doug Polk meetup game.
Alejandro asked if I'm going to do any vlogs in Vegas. Alejandro, I'm not going to be traveling for the next few months. I have a newborn, so I'm going to be stuck here for a while. Now, with that being said, I do think that the best poker in America is here, so I'm happily
stuck. Happily stuck. It'd be interesting. I want to try to get out to Vegas at some point this summer and see how it's changed from the Rio to Bally's in Paris, and how that's all going to work this summer. And wish the best.
275 is the current bet
for that, but see, I'm old enough to remember when it was at Binion's. I was there the night that Moneymaker won it all. In Binion's, in a dark Binion's back room. When the poker life changed forever, when Moneymaker won against Semi Farha.
So we got another heads up between Jake and Doug. Both players are going to flop air. Jake is going to turn a double gutter. Takes it down with a better hand.
Thanks, Trey.
Probably aces again last time was.
I think my aces is hard to get on. Yeah. In my professional opinion.
You've had them.
I did.
You got to walk.
It's hard to get them.
Yeah.
It's that down. Perfect time to get.
You got them.
40 seconds.
I got them.
No, actually, the Binion's, it was so bad. It was a dark room. The ceiling probably was about 12 feet high. Very low ceiling. And it was extremely dark, and people were just standing around. Obviously, ESPN's cameras were there, but I remember the day before I was playing at Binion's in their poker room, and somebody said, well, who's in the lead? And they mentioned this guy named Moneymaker. I said, well, what's his name? They said, Moneymaker. I said, no, but what's his name? That's got to be a nickname, right? No, it was his name. But back in 2003, I remember it well. 8-7 deuce. Skittles.
Terry shows his in that box. Does that work? Do you guys share a box?
No, mine's
It
here.
feels that way.
75.
I wish it was here.
Yeah, this thing always throws me off.
Yeah, that is a great line. You guys share a box.
You know, kids these days and their polyamory. You know, that he thinks is.
That box has a name, you guys.
Is that like conjoined twins?
Bash ahead with his sevens. There's a 6. Now he's got his open ender. Both players with the open ender.
You're like, you guys take him out here.
That's one of you passed it. Like two people that have never played a shoot game, like that happens. They don't even know like it's not supposed to be that. They do that for hours.
Like, where's our box?
When Encore Boston opened up first, so I was there like the first day. In the deal started to run just
I think it's going to be a pretty straightforward call for Bash here.
Puts the deck down and folds their hands. Once you put 5 cards on, and then okay, let's fight it out. Whatever you want to do. You would think Encore they'll be training.
446. Yeah, man. The live chat at the Lodge streams, they're always pretty good.
It's Chatsville. It's a community. It's people worrying, and it was so funny because we had the party to end all parties in November when we hit 12,000 subscribers. Right now we're about to hit 61,000, but in November we had a party. Thank you, DQ, for providing the suite in Vegas. Over 100 people showed up, but people were showing up and looking at another person saying, "You're so and so from chat," and they were hugging, and they were. It's like they long lost friends finally got to meet, and it was so fun to see that night. And we had a great time. We're gonna have to do that again. Party in Vegas to celebrate 100,000 subscribers. We're about to hit 61,000.
But it grows exponentially from here.
Let's hope.
Yes, 189. All in for 100.
King Queen Jack, a Broadway for Anthony. Anthony's the big loser tonight. Will take this pot down. Wishes it was more. Flops Broadway and takes down a few shekels. Ron Milby says Vegas party was cool, Rick. I enjoyed it. Yeah, it was. It was so fun. And after the party, we went down to Planet Hollywood to Skull and I tried to follow Lamborenzo's craps game instructions because we were seeing him win $10,000 every 10 minutes on his Instagram with his crap strategy, and Skull Mike and I lost quickly and said, your Instagram lied to us. This is a crap strategy.
And then so he obviously he comes back and then they realize he goes, oh no, sorry, you lost. And then the guy that lost it was he's a good sport about it, but the dealer felt so bad.
Yeah, that's not good.
The dealer felt
The 80 was just too juicy, couldn't resist, huh?
You and I played in the
The
tournament.
Yoda was at the party. Sharon Barth. She sat down and people just came up to her and
Almost that same thing happened.
couldn't believe they were meeting Sharon Barth.
She pushes the cards forward.
Here's the flop, King 7 deuce.
And it was like way wrong. Like he absolutely did not win this hand. And he gets up and starts walking away. And
Pair
she's
of
like, "You win."
ducks for
And
Doug.
He's like, he just walks off.
Eli's going to make it
And we're like,
175.
oh, no. And she goes, oh, I feel so bad. I was like, he knew. It's okay.
The one dealer felt so bad because he even walked back over.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. It's pretty brutal.
Yes, I did take a picture of your chest, Sharon. Queen of Hearts on the river. Doug's going to win this with his ducks. If he stays in, but Eli's carving out chips. Going big with it.
Oh, nice steal. Nice.
Eli makes the huge bet. And shows the bluff.
Got me.
Eli. Let's go.
Jack Deuce? The Jack Deuce.
All right, so I think Eli is 400 bucks away.
I call,
Getting
like maybe.
being up
Oh,
10K.
you call. That's
I'm rooting for you, Eli.
You gotta call.
Let's get another good pot in, baby.
Yeah, we do have a new logo. The official new logo is on the button, I believe. We'll have when we refelt, we'll put the new logo on the felt.
40's on.
One day I'll teach you how to play the Jack Deuce.
Yeah, I'll eventually want to pop it. I already did the start of the stream. I should have just left. Like, all right, guys, it's gonna be it for me. One hand.
Boston Jimmy's going to have a real hand. Slick Rick in early position. Let's see if he gets any action. Well, he's definitely going to get some action from TM. TM with a smooth call, and we head over to the blinds. Rudy's going to get involved, of course.
I know. 3 ways.
We go 3 ways to the flop.
Ooh, sandwich bet. Oh,
9.
never mind. It would have been a push anyways. You haven't had too many sandwich bets tonight. I do owe you one sandwich, though.
175.
You know what, man? Your friendship and camaraderie is enough, Slick Rick.
No, you're not going to let me out of a bet. Do not do that. I pay my bets.
Okay.
But we'll figure something out. But I appreciate that. You're my friend, too. King of Spades. We take sandwich bets very seriously.
Yeah.
420.
420 is the bet.
It's going to be really difficult for TM to make this call.
Makes the call, and he's going to get paid off.
Yeah. I'm not sure where you're beating here. Jack 9.
Yeah.
Ace 9. Pretty tough to find a hand that beats. Eli with the 10 bagger leading the party. TM second on the leaderboard with 5.3, and Bash is the other profitable winner for today at 2.9. And as I say in the lodge, those throwing the party, Anthony at the bottom, 8.1K. But he's hanging around, he's battling. We'd love to see him get into a big pot.
I don't think we're going to get unstuck today. Probably shouldn't have played so many big pots against like Jack Deuce and Jack 3.
Leave that to the experts down there.
Garbage I had. Check raising king 10 8 5 3 4-way. Still pro move. Still pro move.
I want you to go on and reevaluate your play, dog. Right? When you leave here tonight.
I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna meditate on it. I'll tell you that right now.
Doug is going to close the action. So Eli opened it up with the suited ace, ace deuce. TM calls in position. Doug closes up the action. We're going to get an ace in the window, and this is probably going to be an action flop. Eli's going to bet with his range and nut advantage. TM has a really strong hand that is going to require some protection. Okay. Might be a small action killer. My guess is Eli's going to check, and TM's going to be able to bet for value.
Eli with about 5 legitimate outs. Says 8 outs, but 3 of them have already been played. Looking for an ace, deuce, or 5 if he makes the call. Looks like he's going to fold. Ryan asks, Rick or Mike, are y'all getting a new, bigger bunker with the upgrade? We hope so. We hope. We know we're going to be bringing our custom-made chairs that DQ bought for us. They're definitely coming over in the move. Don't know where they're going to put us. All we need is a room with a monitor and headsets, and we're ready to go.
Hand turns around. Let's go. Pocket. 3s.
Maybe a hot tub.
Wow.
Y'all can
You
both
said
have
pocket, I said 3s.
All right.
If you win a hand with pocket 3s, then I'm going to give you $5,000 extra dollars.
I'm in there.
We have to have 3s.
Reroll. Reroll.
Wow.
If he just opens ships, we know what Doug has.
Well, I'm going to bounce. I got an ace or 3s. Maybe 3s.
Some prop bet action going on
Send
the
it in
table.
and give $5,000 extra dollars.
If I have pocket 3s, it's going to be one of the sickest hands of all time.
Sick. I'm going to prepay. I'm sick about it. I'm already sick about it.
75.
I think you're made like a...
At least you get a sweat.
All right, so it folds to Jake in a cutoff. He raises
425.
4 deuce. Doug gets a 3 betting hand. We've been seeing these two play all night. It's really, oh my gosh. And Boston Jimmy wakes up.
With the red aces. And remember, folks, if
yeah.
Boston Jimmy stacks Doug or doubles up through Doug, someone is going to win an entry to the LCS main event, a $3,000 value courtesy of Boston Jimmy.
This is too well scripted. In terms of sizing, let's think about sizing here. And this is my favorite part when you're in such a great spot like this. You really want to think about good sizing. I think Jimmy's going a little bit bigger than I would like for him to. That's just too big of a sizing.
Shows the aces.
If I had threes and jacked into your aces.
But if you raise about 2.5,
You win and I have to give you 5,000.
SPRs are going to be I think.
I just reroll three. Like, all right, well.
Doug would have probably folded anyway, but man, what a spot. Doug would have had kings or queens there. Oh, that would have just been the best script then. And maybe we get to send someone to the main.
Got the 40 on.
Jason Hollister applying to be the bunker sandwich maker. Got to be as good as hoodies. That's pretty hard to do.
Everyone said last time I lost 200K.
Got another 25 minutes of this show.
Slick Rick, did we talk about your favorite sandwich already?
My favorite is the Italian over at Hoodies.
Okay. I've never been. Is that in Round Rock side of town?
Yeah, it's literally up 620, take a left, and a mile down the road. So, yeah, I would say the Italian from Hoodies, quality sandwich. It's all in the bread.
Yep.
Jaywin, it's really all in the bread. That's what makes a good sandwich.
Yep.
Ham, salami, provolone. A couple different types of ham. It's a good sandwich. Here's a big raise from Eli with the 10s. 2,000 total.
Eli's effectively putting Doug all in. I mean, if Doug calls us, it's just never folding.
Keep it in the Lord's work here. Keep it in the Lord's work.
Nice work, Eli.
Let's see. All right.
Eli's having an incredible day.
Love to see it.
The Lodge live stream. Mixon Poker says he can make barbecue sandwich for future bunker bets. Mixon Poker, the Pitmaster General. Those pork ribs you made about a year ago. Still every now and then I'll be driving and I'll think back to that day. You brought in
it wasn't that strong, but he doesn't have enough.
a huge container full of pork ribs.
Yeah, I'm not holding. Once I have 2K out there and he's got another. Yeah. I mean, maybe he has jacks or better, but maybe he has ace king, and I've already got half.
Maybe he has ace five.
75.
Maybe.
Hypothetically. I'm not saying I did, but like it is possible.
No.
Boston Jimmy with the trays. TM folds. You want to play on the Lodge live stream? This is how you do it. Go to thelodgepokerclub.com/livestream, fill out the questionnaire, or go directly to the source, Skull Mike, on his Instagram or Twitter at Skull Mike Poker. Reach out to him. Give him some time to get you on. Don't expect to get on the same week you ask for. Give him a few options, and I'm sure Skull Mike will be able to find a way for you to get on this fantastic stream. Yes, Time Traveler, Mystery Bounty Tour number 2 is going on right now. $1,600 buy-in. The Mystery Bounty top prize. You get a bounty in day 2 of the tournament. Top prize for this Mystery Bounty tournament, $100,000. Just for picking the right envelope. 3 players to a flop.
I get to see a flop this time. Oh, here we go.
8, 5, 6, set for Eli. Eli is just running amazing right now. Heart draw for Doug. And a open-ender for Anthony. Something for everyone.
Doug's going to be in a pretty interesting situation because Doug was the pre-flop better. Eli overcalled with his fives, so Eli shouldn't have a lot of fives in his range. But looking at the stack depths, I mean, Doug is at a 101 SPR right now. He's just going to jam it.
1,300 is the raise.
1,300.
Oh, you know what? The graphics are wrong. Doug still has 2, 3,
yeah,
3, 1, 3, 2, about 3, 3 behind.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but now he's at a 1 SPR
all
behind.
in from Eli. And Anthony is going to get away.
All right, well.
Once or twice, Doug.
Doug says he will call. Set versus nut flush draw. Looking for a heart is Doug, a non-board pairing heart.
You stuck?
We're staying one time?
Yeah, one time.
One time for Max
You're gonna
Payne.
hit it. I've been running too good.
Up it up.
And Anthony would have got there with his straight had he called.
Wow.
And there's a boat for Eli. And Doug is going to get stacked by Eli. And Eli,
Monster pot for Eli.
Eli is going to have to pay for that polo that the lodge gave him.
Now the graphics not correct, so Eli's going to have approximately 3K above
More,
his total.
yeah.
Eli's having a great night. Maybe I can trick Eli to take me to
So
stake
really,
dinner.
it's showing cumulative winnings. Eli up 14-6. He's pretty much
Should be
up
17
about
and a half.
17.
Excellent work, Eli.
Let me know when you're all ready, and I can.
Ugh.
Good.
C1 added 1,500 to his stack. And Doug.
All right. Well,
Life 40.
almost got
You got it in there with some pretty good cards. You didn't con off the shit.
I had some really good cards.
Eli needling Doug a little bit.
Life 40.
That's good. I wasn't trying to needle you. I mean, when I lose with good
Eli
cards,
keeps
I'm
winning
like,
like
yeah, at
this.
least I didn't lose with shit cards.
He may turn
I
center.
hate losing with shit cards. When I'm drawing dead and I get it all in, that sucks.
Yeah, no, I feel that's one I can actually feel okay about.
Yeah.
Which is good. But down the okay list is like just that hand. The rest of them
Sucks.
yeah.
It had a jack.
Looks like we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. TM, Bash, and Rudy. 4, 5, 6, 2 spades. Open-ender for a couple people. Rudy and TM both with open-enders. Bash gets out of the way to the 2 straight draws. Quick call. Another 5. And a flush draw for Rudy in addition to his open-ender. But TM has 9 outs, 10, 8, or 3.
You guys are playing for future tournaments. 420. You're playing for future tournaments. Just gonna gauge how this one goes.
Yeah, so every year we'll do the Salmon series, like the KWS so that'll be our big one. And then twice a year we have a Mayhem series, it's like a biannual tournament. We do one in the spring, one in the fall. So a lot of those. And then other than that, I'll probably just do like, I'm not doing this stuff. So those are game plan. This will be like our big 20 series.
Your 40 is available to you. 540.
Straddle it up. 80 to go. Let's go. Get some red.
80 is the double straddle from Doug.
We are getting to that hour. The straddles get bigger by the end of the night.
80 to go, guys.
Kevin McCormick just joining the chat and bringing the energy. Hey, Kevin. Hope you're doing tonight. Hope you're doing well tonight.
Raise it. 285. 285 total.
We're in a blind versus blind situation. Jake is going to raise it to 285, and Anthony is going to find himself with a very playable hand.
Raise 900 to bet now. 900.
900 with
Keep
big,
in mind,
slick suited.
This was a big straddle
900
pot.
total.
Somebody's going to town with the vacuum cleaner. There you go.
Jake's going to bring the energy. Pot's going to be 2K. We're at an effective SPR of 2-1.
Gotta love Jake. He will put chips in play.
He doesn't lock it down ever.
There's the 9 ball.
But he is going to flop the best of it. And Anthony's going to have to decide. But he's in very dangerous territory with 2-1 SPR.
650.
650.
Now this pot isn't... This board doesn't favor his range. It favors Jake's a lot more.
Raise.
Huge raise. Huge raise.
Blind versus blind situation. You either have it or you don't.
Almost $4,000 raise. Jason Hayford, first time watching the Lodge stream, loving it. Jason, welcome to the party. As Jake will take down another big pot. Seriously, Jason, welcome. Hopefully you'll come back again. We're on 4 times a week, every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. We're on this Friday and Saturday, both 100, 200 streams. 3 p.m. Central Time is when you can find us starting our YouTube stream.
Button should be the 17? Yeah. Oh, yeah, good.
Always like to hear from first-time viewers.
Okay, live 40, live 40. Okay, let's see, what is that? 800?
We're getting wrecked today over here, huh?
Yeah.
Sitting next to Doug.
Tangle Ryan. He started it all off with
Eli, tell him at least they're playing good cards.
Right down with me. We all got tangled.
Folded, 4 folded. Yeah, actions are on 7. Who raised to 100.
Time Traveler Poker. I love the Lodge live stream. Thank you so much, man. That means a lot to us. We put a lot into it, and every now and then when we hear things like that, it makes us smile a little bit.
You make a pair, you know, it's nice when you make a pair.
It is. That's very true.
Heads up to the flop. Damon the Tatted One, the hot dog eating wonder, will give us the flop. Ace 8-8, 2 pair for Anthony. $75 is the bet from Bash as Anthony checked his 2 pair over. Quick call. There's a queen. That's going to get Bash in trouble here.
Now that Bash has showdown value, you can go ahead and check. Or he can buy the river sometimes by putting a really small bet out there.
So now Bash is in really big trouble. As Anthony has played this hand that he doesn't have an ace.
375.
375. The way Anthony has played this, I would... Ooh, good fold from Bash.
Nice fold, absolutely. It's a really quick bet.
Daniel Dunn will do our best to make that happen for you. Sometimes they're not talking. When they're talking, we will turn it up. Cumulative winnings, Eli up 14,600.
+3. Remember that the graphic
Yeah,
is off
it is a little off there.
So he's up about 17.5. Anthony is throwing the party down below. And Jake making a pretty nice comeback. He was down pretty huge early in the night, but now he's only down 1.5K. Essentially break even for this game.
Stand-up game again, or is that dead, Doug?
I do another one.
What do we got for time?
How much time we got left on the stand-up? We're thinking about doing stand-up. You got time for that or no? Okay, yeah, we're only going 2 more hands for the stream. So if you guys are gonna do it for the stream,
so we got 2 more hands for the stream, guys.
actions only.
Alright, I'm damn gonna get stuck. I think the dream is dead.
Unless you get 3s.
I don't know, 3s is for one hand. That's it too.
Yeah, 125.
Thanks, Toby. The house elf. That's funny. Good stuff. As Anthony's going to win. So we're coming down to our last couple of hands.
Okay, 2 more hands after this. So this one plus 1 more. Gotcha.
Down to the last 2 hands.
That 200 calorie salad.
I like to slice my finger on a cigar coater this week, and it's going to be the 6th most tilting thing of the week. It's like so low on my list. I'm actually
2 more hands.
Yeah, I think so. 2 more hands, or this is the last hand?
This one plus 1 more.
Okay, so 2 more hands.
Nick from Yuma, thank you. Jaywin, it's been an absolute pleasure. Sure, this will not be your last time in the bunker. You've done a stellar job.
Thank you.
I know.
Well, you guys make it easy. You provide fun players, great games, and so it's pretty easy to be on this side of the table.
Yeah, it's fun to see what we talk about when you're out there. It's like we've got a flop of Ace 4-7 Skittles and a straight draw for Eli. Eli will take it down. Eli just continues to pound on people. This will be the last hand of the night, folks. Thank you, Yoda. Yes, this Friday and Saturday, Skull Mike back in the bunker with Slick Rick. We will be here for 100, 200 action starting 3 p.m. Oh, Lordy. Buckle your seatbelts. 100, 200 for 2 straight days.
I'll be like a way through here to get to like some additional battles.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to ask where you get.
Should be fun.
Just have a piss trough.
Everybody on their feet for the last hand of the night. Let's see if we can get something good going here. Rudy raises it on up. Doug in the small blind comes for 60. Boston Jimmy says, I'm done for the stream.
All right, check dark.
Eli will come along. Eli 3-4.
Yeah, real strong.
Playing the good winner by making the call, putting some money in play. Deuce 6-10. And Eli looking for the one of the remaining 5s.
175.
Doug with a pair of 6s in the lead.
Call 175.
Makes the call. Eli comes along looking. If Eli hits the 5 here, Jalen, I mean, come on. That just would not be fair. Jack of spades, so Doug's still way in the lead.
Give him a 5.
Ooh. Very close. Is Eli going to make a play? He does not. Over to
Take down
Rudy.
the last hand. As played, no reason to turn his hand into a bluff. Yes. Yes.
And Doug is going to win the last hand of the night, and that'll end our stream.
Momentum, Doug.
Finally.
In the industry.
I knew my fortunes would change.
I want to thank
Take a victory lap.
all the people involved in making this show. As you see the VPIP, final VPIP, Jake 40%, Doug 35%, Rudy boosted up to 14%. Cumulative winnings tonight, it was all Eli, and that's off a little bit, about a few $1,000s. He actually won more than that. Over 16,000, let's say, for Eli. Anthony throwing the party tonight down about 10K. I want to thank Maestro Matt Sweeney for all the hard work he does each and every week, being the executive producer of the Lodge Live. I want to thank Kim and Ronaldo and all the people who were on the action tracker today. I want to thank my good friend. Follow his vlog, Jwin, in the YouTube land, Jwin Poker. He does great work, and you did a great job tonight.
Thank you, sir.
So for Slick Rick and Skull Mike, who's somewhere out there trying to get sushi off a Ramada Inn bedside table, we will see you in 45 hours on the Lodge Live.